China, Japan, Great Britain, Germany, you'll notice that blue, red, those are the colors of these very strong nations. Blue, red, and some have black. So that's why I decided to go with the color blue, red, black in my flag, and of course I got white in it as well. So yeah. So I try to stay away from yellow and green, even though green is a very important color to Black Americans. A lot of African flag got green in it, but I just try to go with the recommendation of experts.
Yeah. No, I like the design that you created. Interestingly enough, every state has their own flag design, and so it's likely that each state that we can take over politically, that we can get rid of their current design, obviously, and come up with a design that better represents the people who live within the state.
Well, look, we have veto-proof majority, which is 60, depending on the state, 60, 66%, 60%, depending on the state. We can change the flag. We can change the Constitution. We can do a lot of things. We can change the name of the state. We can change the name of cities within those states. We change the county names,
I don't know why
the name of the mountains, the lakes. We can do a lot of things. We have a veto-proof majority of a state.
Yeah, I'm definitely for changing names of geographic locations and streets and things of that nature. Absolutely. Okay, so I did mention peoplehood earlier because this is a very important buzzword that is starting to pick up steam and momentum. I was in a space with Dawn, Miss Ashun, and then I know there's something I think it's called CAP that also is involved. So I think there was a think tank put together to come up with this Black American peoplehood thing. And again, for me, I'm okay with anything that moves us forward, collectively uplifts as many Black Americans as possible. But I just kind of did a quick Twitter search on this particular word, and what I found was something that was kind of interesting to me, so I want to connect it to this space. So this was Jewish peoplehood in Palestine in April 22nd, 1925. So this is before whatever happened with the Nazis in Germany. So essentially what they say here is that during the last 2 or 3 generations, the Jews have recreated in Palestine a community now numbering 80,000, of whom about 1/4 are farmers or workers upon the land. This community has its own political organs, an elected assembly for the direction of its domestic concerns, elected councils in the towns, and an organization for the control of its schools. It has its elected chief rabbinate and rabbinical council for the direction of its religious affairs. Its business is conducted in Hebrew as a vernacular language, and a Hebrew press serves its needs. It has its distinctive intellectual life and displays considerable economic activity. This community then, with its town and country population, its political, religious, and social organizations in its own language, its own customs, its own life, in fact, has in fact, and this is in italics, national characteristics. National characteristics, 1925. And so what they were essentially saying is that, oh wow, a lot of people got kicked out. What the heck happened? Let me I don't know if the room glitched or what. Um are people that are speakers, can you hear me? Am I still here, or everybody still here? I don't know what the hell happened. Is the space still up? It's hard to tell. Everybody telling people telling me the room got kicked. Black American Homeland, you still there? Oh, dang it. I don't know if the room is gone or what. Let's see. I'll see if I can come in with the social. Dang it, bro. Maybe because I said the word Jewish. Oh, there it goes. It finally kicked. Oh, God. Twitter is on some bullshit. Oh, let me reconstitute this fucking space, man. These people are crazy. Oh, my God. I'm going to just call it part 2 to get it back up and running. Dang it, bro. What is going on with these peoples? These crazy people. Oh my God, man. All right. What in the hells? Oh my God, bro. These people are psychopaths, man. These damn people. Oh, Miss Relish, she did text me. Boom. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. Let's get those people up in here. Let me get a co-host. Twitter tech, man. Okay, so that must have been that I said the small hat word, and then it got automatically kicked. Damn, look at that shit, bro. They are tripping. So I guess I'm not going to say that word again. Let me let people know what's going on with the goings ons. No, I don't have time for that personality. Oh, the space collapse. I restarted it. Another one. Waiting on another one. With the other one. With another one. What's going on, big DJ in the building? Let me see. Let me get my mic on. Yo. What's going on? I said the J word, and they collapsed the whole damn space. Let's see what's happening here. Let me try to get. Oh, this thing ain't even acting like it's gonna let me get you up here right now. Oh man, what's going on? Let me see if I can invite social to speak. Let me see if I can approve you. Let's see. None of this is working right now, man. What's going on? Oh, I'm locked out too. And I'm locked out. Let's see. Request. That'll break it. I got 2 requests to speak, but I can't get into the joint. Oh man, they might have flizzagged. The hell out of me. Yep, I'm gonna have to reconstitute again. Damn. Oh man. What the hell? All right, let's try this one more again. Man, I might have to get oh, see, I can't even start a space now. What the fuck? I might have to start it under social. Okay. Part 3. Let's go. See what's happening here. See what the hell is going on here, man? Why they tripping like this? You know what it is. You know what it is. All right, let's try this again. See what happens. Nope. Close that. Okay, am I in the space? Is it actually working or not? Nope. See, this doesn't even show me in a space. No, man, we might be doing this strictly on. We might be strictly YouTube in this situation because Twitter might be over, completely done and over with. Oh no, no, I'm not going to start a space. I just want to look for this space to see if it's active or not. Yeah, okay. There's this like minute delay or something. Okay, let's see if it'll let me approve this speaker over here. Nope, still can't approve, still can't collapse. I'm gonna bring it back up. Holy shit. Okay. That sucks, bro. Yep, can't do it. I'm done. They got me out the paint. My app's not even working. All right, let's see if we can do a social space. What in the hell, bro? All right, we're giving this one a ring ding ding. I don't think I ever did a social space, but we'll see. We'll see how this plays out. Over her, I can't do nothing in this app. I can't like shit. I can't twist shit. I can't. What the hell is going on over here, man? And I got the updates. Already. If this doesn't go, we're probably just gonna call it a rap ski. All right, now that's actually working like it's saying it was working. Why they still got that up, but that's not actually up. All right, let's see if this will work. Okay, alrighty. Now we in here under social. And let's turn the mic on the social side. And let's try to make me as a co-host here. Okay. Respond here, accept the co-host. See what happens with that. Okay, all right, okay. All right, so now we're good. So we are good. What I gotta do? Put this away over here. This is my account with all the good information in it. Okay, let me find the link and see what happens. So the folks in the building. My goodness, man. What you can do. And folks get at you. Figure out a way around it. Temporarily. Let's get this right up in here and go from there. Much as I would love to play a song, it'll actually mess up the YouTube. Yeah. That's what they doing. They totally collapse that space. And I tried to do it 3 times over there, but it would not. It would not let me. So that's disgusting. That's utterly disgusting. TBI 76. Hello, 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 Black American Homeland.
Hey, Black is weird. As soon as I said we gonna change the name of the state, they cut us out, man.
Man, did you? I think I said the J word. I think that's what did it. You know what I'm talking about? Man.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Man. And it wasn't even, I mean, it was like benevolent. You know what I mean? Like no issues with that. But that's gotta be it. Yeah, I tried to restart it like 3 times on my account. It wouldn't let me, so do this social account and then I'll, if Miss Rella pops in, I'll drop down as a co-host. But it's very bizarre. Very bizarre, man. Yeah, because now the Jumbotron's dead. The
Right.
Jumbotron is dead. Let me see if I can find something to put up there while we're waiting on people. Um,
Yeah, but yeah, look, my book is going to be out. The only problem is, you have to format, the book covers. If they don't like the way, they mentioned about bleed. I said,
yeah,
man, I don't understand the bleed thing, man. So,
yeah.
I try to format the book and,
Oh wow, they got you doing all that.
huh?
Yeah, they got you doing all that. They're not capable to just take their text and then format it for you.
Well, the text is okay. It's the book cover. Okay. All right. You talking about the ebook? I'm talking about the actual paperback. What
Yeah.
they're doing is, see, when they sell your paperback, it's going to be on demand. So what they're going to do is,
Yeah.
like, they want to have. Oh, I do have a ISBN number, and
Hmm.
when a person order your book, they're gonna make the book for them in less than 24 hours, and then they send a copy to the customer.
Yeah,
The only
that's
thing I have to do is make sure that I put in the right format so they can manufacture the book.
right. My book is the same way with Book Baby, but they did all the formatting. I sent them the
Oh,
text of the book, and then it took about a month, but they did it all. And they don't proofread. That's the one thing they won't proofread. They will, but it'll cost more money. So I had to proofread and proofread and proofread and proofread over and over and over again. But um, they do the formatting, all of that. You know what I mean? They do the digital thing. Um,
right.
it was all for one cost, and like you said, it's the on-demand shipping, so they don't print the
Mhm.
books until someone orders them.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. So so it's not difficult. It's just a lot of just a lot of requirements. You have to do exactly the way they want you to do it. You know.
Yeah. No, I know what you
Yeah.
mean. I know exactly what you're talking about. Did they recommend software? Like, did you ask them what software they use to make it to where you matched up?
Well, I use this company called Designer, uh, and with Designer, they supposed to have direct. What's that word? You can go directly to Amazon or Ingram or some EPUB or these other places, and yeah, I mean, just yeah, look, man, I'm just trying to do it, man. But the thing is, I do have a flip book. Uh, a flip book is like one of those digital copies where It flips just like a book, and it makes the noise of turning pages and everything.
Oh,
And
yeah.
I think I can send a copy of that. But see, my son's in law school, right? And he don't want me doing that, because he said it's not what's that word? It's not there's no encrypted. I mean, well, basically, people can just send it out to any other person, like that. So.
If you do it in a PDF?
Oh no, not a P. Now the flip book is not a PDF. The flip book is just a. I don't know what you call it, but I can send it to you your email, or I can send it to you through your Twitter account.
Okay.
But the thing is, it's just like sending you regular information.
Gotcha.
And you can like forward to anybody you want to forward to.
Right.
And so my son, he said, hey, I don't, I want to do it where it has encrypted type of software on it, where if I send it to you, then it's only sent to you like that.
Gotcha.
But, but I told him, I said, look, man, I've been sharing my other book, the one that I did in 2012. I've been sharing that for like 10 years, man. So
right.
Yeah.
You just want the information out, but he wants to kind of protect it.
I just want to get the information out there. That's all.
Yeah. I know what you're saying. Yeah, I feel the same way. I mean, if I could give the book away, I don't. To be quite honest, I mean, they send the money somewhere to some account that I set up, but I've never checked on it. I don't know what's happening with that. If I could give away 1 million copies of it, I would, because that's what's the most important part.
Right.
Yeah. So we got someone on YouTube, and I think it was the J word. And I'm gonna put that back in the Jumbotron anyway. But I think that's what did it, because that was a massive collapse, and I couldn't get back on.
Yeah.
It's like an artificial bot attached some type of tag to my profile, and made it to where I wasn't even really able to use the app to look at a post. I tried to look at a couple posts and retweet, and wouldn't even let me do that over there. So, oh boy.
At one point, I thought I lost my Blocksummit strategy, because for a whole 4 or 5 days I had no access to it.
Oh, really?
But today, 2 hours ago, I had access to my Blocksummit strategy. So yeah, that's my longest account. I started that in I think it was October 2012 or November 2012.
Gotcha. Well, yeah, I guess we're just gonna rock out the conversation. So we know the Reparations Rally 2023 is coming up. I had it in the chat of the last space. There still is a recording, and people can check that, reparations2023.com. There are going to be some well-known names, nationally known speakers that are going to come to it. So for those who can make it, definitely make plans now, because it's only a couple of months away. Check out the website. If you can volunteer, sign up to volunteer. If you can donate resources or anything else for that matter, certainly sign up for that too. Because things are coming together on that, and it's looking pretty exciting. I'm looking forward to that. That's in June, and then in May, which I'm not like I'm kind of in the background on the Reparations Rally, but in May in Delaware, there is a libertarian convention And Maj Toure, the Black Guns Matter guy, is going to be there as a speaker. So I want to attend that because it's in Delaware, and just kind of get some just an idea of what he's all about. I think he's based in Philly, which is not that far from Wilmington, obviously, but it'd be nice to go check it out, see what he's talking about, and hopefully I'll be, if not living there, very close to living there by that time, because I think it's towards the end of May. I got a couple of loose ends here before I make the move, but as soon as either there's only two things that I have to do, and one is more important than the other. So if the one thing happens, then I'm free to start putting in applications, find a commercial property. The other one, I'll just have to come back on the weekends to get that thing rolling, I guess. But I'll figure that out when I get there. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah, I don't know if you hear the echo.
Going back to the book, man. Like, look, I already made a decision a long time ago. Is that if people start asking for interviews, I'm not doing interviews. I mean, people will say, man, why not do interviews? Man, I just don't like doing interviews, man. I've been asked interviews many times in the past, like 2014, 15, 17, 18, but I have refused them all. And even today, if I get calls that, hey, do you want to do an interview, man, I'm declining any interview. What do you think, man? I'm just a very private person, man. Look, it took me a long time just to even get into your space. Because you remember, I came on your space a couple of times.
Yeah.
And I said, look, man, I'm not a talker. I'm not a speaker, man. But you kind of got me comfortable, and but yeah, but usually, man, I just don't speak on spaces, man.
Yeah, I mean, I would say I don't even look at them at interviews as much as just a conversation. Right. And if you're comfortable with the person who is, that you're going to have a conversation with, you can kind of relay those issues, because if they're a good host, they won't hit you with like gotcha questions or whatever, that type of thing. They'll kind of keep the conversation pretty light and just give you the ability to explain the strategy and explain your background, stuff like that. A lot of times they want to know a little bit about you in those interviews. Kind of what led you to it, just stuff that that I know we've talked about before, but stuff you've probably thought about a million times. So yeah, I mean, if you don't want to do an interview, obviously you don't have to, but if you choose to, it wouldn't be a bad thing necessarily. You know what I mean? Excuse me. So yeah, we got a couple folks on YouTube. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, you're right, man. I just don't know, man. It's just me. Look, man, to be honest, I'm a very private person, man, and I don't know, man. It just I don't know what it is about me, man. I mean, most people, they will, like Marcel. He goes out there, he get his name out there, he get his picture. Man, I'm just totally different, man. But the thing is, I do want people to know about this idea, about this vision.
Right.
But I just don't understand me, man. I just don't like speaking to people, man.
Yeah, no, that's one of the.
I'd rather be the behind the scenes type of person.
Right.
That's me, man.
I understand. Then you need a proxy. That's where you gotta find like a young, hungry individual that does like to speak, has that demeanor about themselves, and then kind of educate them and give them all the tools that they need to boost and broadcast the message. You know what I'm saying?
Right, look, and there's only two people that can do that, man. I thought about this a long time ago. I said, Freddie, like, if there was a person that can be a proxy, like you were saying,
Yeah.
is either you
Hmm.
or what's the other guy I thought about? What's the guy that was in the
Oh,
BTP?
not Naheem.
Not Naheem, the other one.
Logic.
Logic, yeah, I like Logic, you know. But Logic, he got kicked out of BTP, right?
I don't think so. I think from what I understand, that they are still, working
Okay,
in coordination with each other. Brothers
right.
brothers for life, that type of thing. So
Right.
yeah.
I guess he just on the down low right now because you don't hear anything about him. He doesn't do any spaces or, I mean, lately anyway.
There's a lot of different people I've noticed over this last year, 2022 especially, that have
Right.
kind of faded away. Matter of fact, we just talked about married black parents, or yeah, married black parents.
Mm-hmm.
How he kind of he's similar in the fact that he was very active and kind of always, and then he kind of just faded away. But people have their real lives and things that they got to deal with, so it's
Right.
understandable. You know what I mean? Totally understandable.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So yep. Got to wish everybody nothing but success in what they are doing and how they're doing it and how they're moving, of course.
Right.
um
Hey, I've been hearing about the past 2 3 weeks. You heard of the passport bros, right?
That's DJ
And
was here. He was in the other room. Why didn't he come back? Yeah. That's his thing.
yeah, and so, cause DJ, he always mentioned that to me,
I
and
gotta find. I gotta
well,
send
one
him the
day I
link.
decided, I'm gonna look at some videos about this, and I'm looking at some videos, and man, it's much bigger than I thought. I mean,
Yeah.
man, it's women from all over the world, man, talking about this from Thailand, the Philippines, Japan. It was just really interesting, you know. And but the thing is, this passport bro does have a stigma of being a platform for black men to go over for sex. That's the that's what they're pushing. That's the narrative that a lot of the women are pushing. Black men are just going to foreign countries just to have sex. But I remember, man, when I started traveling in the early 1990s.
Sex
I'm
tourism. Yeah.
23 years old. Yeah, I like sex and
Absolutely.
everything, but that's not the reason why I'm traveling, man. I just want to see the world, see how the world works, see how they do things in other countries. I mean, that's the reason why I wanted to travel. And if sex come out of it, then that's cool. But nobody. I don't think anybody go to travel just for sex. I mean, to me, that's very weird.
Yeah, people do travel just for sex though, just like anything else. I mean,
Well,
unfortunately,
yeah,
that's. But
yeah.
what weren't they called? They were called mail ordered brides back in the day, and they were
Back in
all.
the 80s and 90s, yep, yep,
Yeah, and it was like a tour. Like you would go over there, and they would have a bunch of chicks lined up at a hotel somewhere or whatever, convention center, and the start of the internet. But this is actually before the internet. That's why it was mail order brides, because you would get the information through the mail, and then when the
right,
internet came out, it kind of went online, and they became like marriage agencies or whatever you want to call it, but it still was the same thing. And this is just the next version of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But see, look, I never saw those as necessary. I mean, look, the only thing you have to do is just go to the country, go to any country, Ukraine, Russia, Bulgaria, Hungary, Southeast Asia, South America. Just go there, be yourself, greet people, and you will meet them. To me, man, being an American, especially if you're an American citizen, you have a passport, you got an American passport. To me, that is the most powerful. What's that word I'm looking for? When women are looking for like what is attractive to a woman, right?
Mm-hmm.
Some women say they want men 6'4", or they want men with money.
That is true.
Men
that is
that
true.
are
Very true. Very true.
Educated, whatever. But guess what? To me, having an American passport putting you up there, being a millionaire or being a guy that's 6'5" or whatever like that. I mean, to me, just having that American passport is pretty powerful. I mean, that's what I saw since started traveling at the age of 23. Now I'm 56. So that's been, that's 33, 33 years of travel, man.
33, wow. Yeah, so someone on YouTube said the military was the original passport organization. And
yep, that's absolutely true. It started in World War One. Matter of fact, it started during the Buffalo Soldiers, because the Buffalo Soldiers, right? They went to Puerto Rico, they went to Cuba, they went to the Philippines. That was during the Spanish-American War.
Mm-hmm.
And, they kicked out the Spanish, and America took over Cuba, Puerto Rico, and the Philippines. Yeah, it started right then.
Mm-hmm.
Then you had World War One, and then you had the Black Renaissance during the 20s, where a lot of Black American, entertainers, they went to Europe to entertain, play music, sing, dance, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
They were doing their thing in France. Yeah. So yeah, they're right.
Absolutely. Shout out to everybody in the space. This is part 2 of a space that was collapsed, likely because just said a certain word that Twitter doesn't like, I guess. So we had to fight to get this one up and running. That's why it's under the social account. But the topic was, are you preparing to migrate, or are you going to simply wait for gentrification to push you out anyway? So there's really not a whole lot of options. One, you stay and essentially accept everything that this society has planned for Black American population in certain parts of the country, or you start to seriously contemplate and consider and start to make plans to actually migrate to concentrate so that we can gain political control, financial control, control over the education, control over the water, control over the police, the judges, and on and on and on and on within the state. Take full responsibility for existence, be prepared to defend ourselves against any and all enemies, both foreign and domestic, and essentially make permanent, comprehensive change that we're not going to get from the federal government, because the federal government doesn't have the authority to make comprehensive change within states. And so we pretty much got one of two options: do nothing or do something. It's pretty much the options that we're looking at: do nothing or do something.
Right. Hey, Black, have you ever read the article of the Confederation?
I have not. I have not read it.
Okay. But you know what it is, right? Oh, you know, that's the first constitution that they've written.
Right.
And if you look at that constitution, I mean, it's very interesting. I remember when someone told me back in, I think it was 99 or 98, 99, 2000. And he said it was a teacher, a law professor, and he said that the 50 states are like countries.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's the first time I heard anything like that back in the late 90s, early 2000s.
Right.
And I said, what? The states are like countries? They're like their own countries? I said, wow. So I looked at the Articles of the Confederation, and you look at the readings, it says that the 13 states are signing a compact, right? However, it says that the 13 states will keep their sovereignty and independence.
Okay.
Like, you know, everything that is within their jurisdiction or their boundaries, everything is still theirs.
Right.
But they're signing a compact to unite together so they can form some type of bigger structure so they can protect themselves from other countries.
Right.
So I don't know. You just have to read the Articles of the Confederation, and I believe if more Black Americans can understand it, then they will understand what a state is. That a state is a independent country. I mean, it does have some. The federal government does have some powers. You know, like the Equal Protection Clause and the what's the other one that had to do with commerce? The Commerce Clause. You know, those are really the two powers that the federal government have over the 50 states is the Equal Protection Clause and the Commerce Clause. Right. Yeah.
Okay, and what? So equal protection. Can you go into what those are?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. The Equal Protection Clause said that the state cannot deprive the individual's citizen of their rights.
Okay.
And if the state does deprive a individual citizen of their right, the federal government has the right to intervene.
Okay.
However, but the state has rarely. I mean, the federal government has rarely intervened in in the state when it comes to the state depriving Black Americans of their rights. You know, with the the Jim Crow laws, the Black Code law, the segregation laws. You know, but the federal government does have power to intervene, and also the commerce laws where the Commerce Clause where the state cannot deprive companies, corporations, of their liberty to do business within a state. Now, the thing is, the state does have certain powers. Like they can, what's the word I'm looking for? They could say, "Hey, we don't want this bank. We'd rather have this bank doing business in our state compared to this bank." So they can choose banks, but yeah, it just I don't know what words to use and when it comes to speaking, but yeah, the federal government does have some power, but the thing is, they don't like using those powers. I believe, when it comes to Black people anyway, the Black American.
Exactly. So yeah, because when you were talking about the equal protection clause, that's the first thing that popped into my head, and I was thinking it probably shows up in lawsuits. You know, if there's like some individual who wants to sue the government, that's probably where they, you know, if they can afford the attorneys are smart enough. It's probably
Right.
where that shows up, but it's probably not a situation where the federal government, like in Mississippi, is going to the state of Jackson, Mississippi, saying this is what you have to do in order to rehabilitate the citizens, the Black American citizens in the city of Jackson, or whatever the case may be. So, yeah.
Right. Right. Now, look, now, yeah, you just brought up something, right? Okay. If I can explain it, I wrote this down, but, for some reason, it's easier for me to write down information than it is for me to speak it. But, good example, the government, right? They put more strength in protecting individual rights than protecting rights of a group, right? To me, to protect the rights of a group, I think that would take taking control of a state, because if that group controls the state, then they can protect the rights and the rights of and powers of a group. So,
Oh man, I know what you missed.
if Black Americans don't have control of the state, then they can't protect the rights of the group. The group can only protect themselves being an individual, and they have to go through the court system as individual to protect their rights. Do you understand that?
I do totally.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah. I write this in my in my book, man. For some reason, it's very hard for me to convey it in speech, but in writing, I can I can see it. I can write it so easily when on paper, but when I'm trying to convey it in speech and voice, it's just a little bit more difficult for me. That's why a Black. That's why, man. Like you, man. You seem to have this. You have a good commandment of the English language when it comes to speaking.
Oh man, I'm just
And
BSing my way
yeah,
through it.
man.
Trust
I
me,
mean,
I'm doing my best.
that's why that's why I follow you, man. Because I said this guy can speak, man.
I do appreciate that. I'm like everybody else where I'm trying to learn as much as I can and relay the information, but I'm I'm kind of doing how can I say it? I'm doing my best in other words. And that's all anybody can do. You just do your best, and even when I make a mistake, sometimes people don't realize it, but at the same time I try to be humble enough to say, hey, I made this mistake, or this was the accurate information, whatever. Because sometimes people try to oh, you said this or you said that, you know what I mean? And like, oh man, but yeah, I truly appreciate it. I think you do fine. I think most people believe that you're doing really, really fine in terms of speaking and everything. So it might be all inside. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah. 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 Look. Just imagine how much confidence you have to have when it comes to speaking about laws.
Oh, God,
right. Bro. Speaking about the U.S. Constitution, how the state work. Because the American system is extremely complex, and you just have to understand it. Most people don't understand how
most people don't know.
The federalisms, the 10th Amendment, state rights, shared powers, delegated powers, reserve power. They don't know. They don't understand. 99% of the population don't understand those things, right? But for some reason, I was able to understand these words, over 20 years ago. And I guess fortunate that God gave me the mental capacity to understand this stuff. Because the thing, when you're trying to teach other people, you do have to have some kind of confidence. Because if you don't have the confidence, people won't believe it. Like, come on, man, you don't know what you're talking about, And and look, I never, during my tweets in the past 10, 12 years, I had never had even lawyers. I had never had people trying to
challenge.
What's that word?
Challenge.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. Challenge. Yeah, I never had people trying to challenge me when it came to state laws, knowing the Constitution. I never had anybody do that.
Yeah.
Not even white people. Matter of fact, if I made a mistake, sometimes they'll try to help you out a little bit. But I never had people trying to challenge me when it came to laws of the Constitution. Because what I learned is most people don't know. They don't understand it themselves. But people are willing to learn. And so I just try to, I just try to do the best I can to teach people. I'm not saying that I know everything. I don't, but I just try to, convey what I know, man.
Yeah, let me give you.
I am having. Go ahead.
I'm gonna give you an example of a politician who depends mainly on confidence and and their political ideology versus intelligence. So
I know exactly who you're gonna say.
I'm gonna say Ted Cruz. Is that who you?
No, I was gonna say Trump.
Oh, Trump. Oh, Trump is the man. He's the quintessential version of that. But
yeah,
recently, Ted Cruz, he put up he's writing legislation to block central bank digital currency, CBDC.
right.
And in his interview or quote or whatever, he said the federal government does not have the authority to issue currency, which is a complete. I mean, it's exactly. It's an article of the Constitution that the federal government, and there's been multiple court cases to back that up. So I read that and I was like, this dude is a moron.
Yeah, matter of fact, that's a delegated power to the federal government that they do have the right to print money,
to mint money, to print money, to do that, all of that. Yeah, exactly.
That's their delegated power. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so it's not always intelligence, and like you said, Trump is the perfect example. Although Trump is much smarter than people give him credit for, but even still, he's always. I think he's always just like Elon. I think they always win by having much more smarter people around them that they can utilize for their own benefit.
Right. Yeah, I mean, look, Elon. He said he's not an engineer. He's not a physicist. He doesn't have any of those skills. But the guy, he just had what's the word? The dream, the insight, the foresight to see things, right? And that's what gets him over. He sees things. And then he used the people that do have the skills. He used those people to build what he sees. So yeah.
Absolutely, organization. I think that's his, his biggest skill. And Trump probably the same. They have these
Right.
organizational skills. So, um, and some people are just loud. Some people are loud and they get popular by being loud. People are entertained. People buy into it. Like charismatic leaders tend to have that
Right.
quality that people kind of buy into. And so oftentimes even when they're wrong, if they have a strong enough following, people are okay with it. They accept that no one's perfect, no one's going to have 100% accurate information. And so, I wouldn't be so hard on yourself when it comes to that. You know what I mean? Like, you got to give yourself some
Right.
leeway too. And you're always learning and growing. And I say there's no revolution without evolution. So
Right.
you got to constantly be growing and learning and building.
Right. Now look now. When you're young, like when I was in my 30s, I turned 30 in what 96.
Wow.
You know,
96. Damn.
during those times, when I came up with these ideas about Africa, about so see, I went to Africa first, right? I had this idea about West Africa, the 24 countries, right? They consolidating these 24 countries to become one big country, right? Which is the United States of West Africa. I think I mentioned that to you in my tweets, and that was one of my first ideas, right? And then when I went to Africa, man, I said, look, this ain't going to happen because the Africans are just way too they just way too separated, right? You had so many tribes. So I think, man, that's going to take 100 years for that to happen. And then I had this idea about Angola. Cause I went to Angola, right? And I saw that Angola, man, their weather was like California. Like they had this semi-arid type of weather. It gets pretty cool in the wintertime. I said, wow, Angola is a cool place. Look, the people there, they don't have trouble with malaria, right? They don't have a huge mosquito problem. What happened with Liberia was that when the 5,000, it was like 4,900 Black Americans, when they went to Liberia, only 1/3 of them survived.
Crazy.
Most of them, they were killed by malaria. But I have this in my book. Just imagine something like this happened in Angola, where instead of dropping Black Americans off at Liberia, it happened in Angola.
Gotcha.
And most of them survived.
Gotcha.
And then the American government, they saw like, whoa, this thing is kind of successful, and maybe we should get involved. And they're giving incentives to Black Americans in the 1800s to go to Angola. Like, look, if you go to Angola, we'll give you 100 acres of land, right? And let's say, it goes like 500,000 Black Americans leave America and go to live in Angola. I mean, I write. Look, when I wrote a story about that in my book, man. That's gonna. I don't know what that's gonna shock you, man. I mean, like, wow, how you come up with that type of idea. But look, man, yeah, I just have a lot of ideas, man, and but look, the angle won't work today because right now Angola has a population of 35 million. Before World War II, they had like only 2 million. So it was Angola was a possibility up to World War II, but after World War II, that was it for Angola. There was no possibility. Yeah, for Black America to take Angola. Yeah. Have you ever thought about why America, the government, didn't get involved, didn't intervene, and try to find a place try to find any place in the Caribbean or South America or Africa to settle, free black slaves? Have you ever thought about that?
There actually were plans. Lincoln visited a plantation, I believe, in Panama. I want to say Panama, but they actually sent. I think they sent 5,000 people somewhere in the Caribbean, and it didn't work out. Yeah, because I posted several. There were actually a couple different locations in either Central or South America that they were considering. I think ultimately, the cost to move that many people, I think that was the biggest issue, that they didn't want to expend the cost to move that many people out of the country. But Lincoln wanted it to happen, and then I think what ended up happening is, because we fought in that war and we were the deciding factor in that war, that it just kind of pushed that off the table, because the people who fought in that war weren't interested in leaving the country.
Right.
Yeah.
However, I was thinking, I put in the story that many Black Americans, they were given the choice of, look, okay, you are a slave, but if you decide to leave the country, we will give you freedom. We'll grant you freedom. We will give you a few $100s, whatever, and then we will send you to Angola. How many people you think would have, would have took that offer when they were slaves? I think it would have been hundreds of thousands. I would have said, "Hey, I'd rather try my place in another place than be a slave for another 20, 30 years."
Well, if you know anything about the Masons, I want to say his name is Prince Hall. Yeah, Prince Hall Freemasons, and he lived in the late 1700s. And so he was one of the first to coin the term Africa for Africans, or something along that line. And they had something called the African Colonization Society, ACS. And so
that's Liberia. They the one that went to Liberia.
Some of them went to Liberia, and this organization and this thought was in America for at least 60 years leading up to the Civil War. And Lincoln actually was I think, if he wasn't a member of it, people around him were. And so, again, this is why he was investigating and doing different things to try to figure that out. But there were advocates in the Black community who were advocating for that. So I want to say, if people wanted to leave, the opportunities were there. I just don't think people were wanting to leave this country. I think there was another sentiment within Black Americans, that we were brought here for a reason and a purpose, and ultimately we would fulfill that reason and a purpose, and ultimately that purpose is to govern ourselves here, not to go back to a place that essentially sold us off with no idea or concern what the outcome would be. So I think if people stood up and said, I want to leave, it would have been possible. And there's also another thing that just popped into my head, that there once the transatlantic slave trade ended, there was a Western Hemisphere movement of people into the Caribbean and back into America and South America.
Mhm.
So, that also was something to think about as well.
Right. Now, look, now the ACS was considered a failure,
Hmm.
right? The reason is, right, when they landed on the Pepper Coast, it was called the Pepper Coast before it was called Liberia.
Hmm.
When they landed on the Pepper Coast, right, I forget how many the first group of people, but it was probably a few hundred people that landed on the first landing, and a lot of those people, man, they died almost immediately, right? Well, in the next 3 to 6 months, they died, right? And and then over the next 20 years, another up to 5,000 Black Americans went on the voyage to the Pepper Coast, and only 1/3 of them died. So it was considered a failure. That's why Black Americans didn't want to go there, because people are dying. Look, they chose the wrong place, right? Look, malaria. They didn't have what's the malaria treatment. They had quinine, but quinine was in its early stages.
Hmm.
The drug really didn't come out until the 1850s. So before 1850, people were just dying like flies.
Hmm.
Now in Angola, right? Angola didn't have problems with the mosquito. They didn't have a problem with malaria. The Portuguese, they landed in Angola back in the 1500s, and they said hundreds and hundreds of families from Portugal went to Angola, and they survived for the next 300, 400 years. Now, I believe that if the ACS had, they just had to go further south, another 500 miles south of the Congo River. If they didn't went south and they had discovered that area and say, wow, the environment is great, the temperature is good, it's arid, it does get rain, but it's not humid and tropical like West Africa. I think more people would have survived in that area, and it would have been a success. And then I think the American government would have been fully involved in that venture. But it just has to, what they do is they send private venture to do something first. If it works, then the government will get involved. If it doesn't work, the government will never get involved. But yeah.
Okay, so let me read this. Zephaniah Kingsley was an enslaver who manumitted freed Black Americans on the condition that the freedmen leave the country immediately. So there were people who were, they had this design and this desire to remove Black Americans from the country.
Right.
And he was a part of this ACS society. But there's this thing I wanted to read. Okay, he says, according to Zephaniah Kingsley, the cost of transporting the Black population of the United States to Africa would exceed the annual revenues of the country. And so,
no, that's not. See, that's what I heard about that. See, I mean, I don't know what that person's. See, that can't look. Don't forget. Look at this. Look at this, man. Between 1619 and to 18 whatever, how many Black people were sent to the Americas? It's like 10 million, 15. Some people say 20 million people. So you're saying that it was cost effective to send 10, 20 million people from Africa to to North and South America and the Caribbean, but it wasn't cost effective to send 100 or 200,000 people from America back to Africa. And look at this, and don't forget Europe. How many millions and millions and millions of people from Europe who went to North America and South America? I think it was like 15 million Europeans that went from Europe to South and North America. So I definitely don't. I don't see that at all, man. That you just have to understand that, man. I mean, millions of people went from Europe, just white people alone. They went from Europe to the United States and Brazil and Argentina. Argentina very difficult to get to because it's on the Pacific. So going from Europe, from Italy, because a lot of Italians went to Argentina, they have to go around Brazil to get to I forget the name of the coast, but getting to Argentina is very difficult. But millions of Italians made that trip to Argentina back in the late 1800s, early 1900s. So I can't see that. I can't see, and that to me that's the easiest trip from. Well, actually, the easiest trip is from Brazil to Africa, or Africa to Brazil because of the current. That's the easiest. But also going from North America to Europe or North America to West Africa, that is also a decent, easy trip. So I can't see how that can. I push back on that. But if he said that, if he, he's an expert, he's more of an expert than I was back in the what year is this, 1700 or 1800 when this guy made that quote?
This is in the 1800s. Let me say this. So this ACS was actually, their focus was on free people of color because they didn't believe that free Black Americans could integrate into white society. So they weren't actually trying to remove all Black Americans. This particular organization just wanted the free Black people to leave the country. And so this wasn't necessarily a government thing. This was individual organizations and people basically coming together and putting their money together to try to remove the free Black people from the country. But this says between 1821 and 1847, only a few thousand African Americans out of millions immigrated to what would become Liberia.
Yeah, only 4,900, and I got the exact number. I think 4,976. I had the exact number.
And there were probably close to 500,000 free Black Americans at that time. I mean, the number grew. So by the time the Civil War came around, nearly 500,000 free Black Americans. So it wasn't like a thing where people were jumping to leave the country, is what I'm saying, at all. Not even close.
And when a Black, what I'm trying to say is the venture was a failure. That because 60% of the population of the 5,000 people that went there, 60% of them died. Because of that, that is considered a failure. Look, the Europeans that went from Europe to America, the survival rate was like in the 99%. Nobody died on those ships or even died when they got there the first year. Most of them survived. But when they went from America, and this is another thing you have to understand. The Blacks that went from America to Liberia, they weren't your regular dark-skinned Black African. They were mostly your mixed race, Because if you look at the president, if you look at the first 10, 15 presidents of Liberia, they were all light skinned. Liberia was actually run by light skinned Black Americans. That's why they were able to. I can't pronounce the word. They were able to. The Africans were able to see themselves different from the Black American just on skin color alone. Liberia was a failure, man. Even after they had even after they found the cure to, not the cure, but they found quinine that can cure the sickness of malaria. Still, Black Americans did not leave United States and go to Liberia. So yeah, it was a failure.
Yeah, let me read this. Let me, because there's a section called Opposition from Blacks. So it says, from the beginning, the majority of Black Americans regarded the ACS society with enormous disdain, a fixed hatred. Black activist James Fortin immediately rejected the ACS, writing in 1817 that we have no wish to separate from our present homes for any purpose whatever. As soon as they heard about it, 3,000 blacks packed a church in Philadelphia, the bellwether city for free blacks, and bitterly and unanimously denounced it. That was the sentiment of Black America. Totally against it.
And look, and Black, you're right. The ACS was funded by plantation, by slave owners. The original people that started the ACS were white Southerners, slave owners. They are the original people that started that. Now, did you try to say that Prince Hall was part of the ACS?
No, when I look at that, he died before that, but he died a couple decades before that, because it says the first ship left in 1820, and I think he died in 1790 something. So, but I do know that he gets a lot of credit for being one of the fathers of like Pan-Africanism. The first lodge was called the African Lodge.
Then Black, look at this further, right? When the first group of Black people landed in the Pepper Coast, which we'll call Liberia later, right? They didn't see anybody from the United States for another 1-2 years. So those people were like trapped. They was hoping. Look, they had to write letters to the ACS like, please, we need equipment. We need shovels. We need this. We need that. We need the thing to farm land. They didn't have no equipment. And so really the ACS did not, that venture was not funded at all. To me, I think they just sent people out there and they just left them out there to survive on their own. They had no support at all. So it was a failure from the beginning. That's all I have to say. I think if more people survived, instead of being a 38% survival rate, maybe it was a 99% survival rate.
I don't know why this is being so hard to understand. No, they were totally against it.
Would have got involved, and then you would probably have several 100,000 people going there instead of just 5,000 people, or actually 4,976 people. Yeah.
What I'm saying is they were totally against it. I mean, look, I'm going to send you this Wikipedia article. This is a summarization. African Americans view colonization as a means of defrauding them of the rights of citizenship and a way of tightening the grip of slavery. The tragedy was that African Americans began to view their ancestral home with disdain. They dropped the use of African in names of their organizations and used instead the colored American. So this is really where the break between Black Americans consider themselves to be African really starts to develop, is by these racists trying to remove free Blacks from the country and send them back to Africa. And they're saying, hell no, we're not giving up all of our rights and our land of birth. There's a quote right here that says, they felt honor bound to protect the country, the land of their birth, and the Constitution.
Right.
So you just have
Yeah.
this, you have the, maybe this is a political transformation, a spiritual transformation, whatever the case may be, but you had our people saying, no, we're not interested. Frederick Douglass was
Right.
extremely against it. Even Martin Delany, who was, Africa for the Africans, Pan-Africanist, he called Liberia a debacle, a horrible tragedy, and wanted
Yeah.
nothing to do with even that. So even the people who initially kind of were talking about us relocating or repatriating, whatever, even they were against this particular group. So it was doomed from the beginning. It was doomed. It wasn't going to happen because people were not going to leave the country. Is what I'm saying.
I got you. Now look, all right, okay. When you mentioned like Delaney and Frederick Douglass, right? You're definitely talking about the time after the Civil War.
No,
Now,
no, 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 no,
during
no, 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 no,
during
no,
the
no, no.
Civil
They
War,
no, no. This is not after the Civil War. This is pre-Civil War. Pre-Civil War.
right?
Definitely not
Okay, because
after.
look, I'm talking about this period. I'm talking about the only time that would have been, a good time for this for the government to do this colonization of free blacks and former slaves would have been from 1800 to about maybe 1860. This would have been the only time, because that would have been the only time where you can say, okay, black African slave, if you want to leave, we will grant you freedom. Now, after when Black Americans became citizens, once they were free and became citizens, there's absolutely no reason for them to leave the country now. Yeah, I don't see. Look, if I got my freedom already and now I'm a citizen of the United States, there's absolutely no incentive for me to leave the United States to go to another country because I already got my freedom. The only time I'd say this would have worked, it would have been between the 1800 to about 1860 before the war.
Okay, I'm
That's
gonna
all I'm
read. I'm
saying.
gonna read this part. For example, the society, this is the ACS Society, assumed the task of resuscitating the Ohio Black Codes of 1804 and 1807. Between 1,000 and 1,200 free blacks were forced from the city of Cincinnati. A meeting was held in Cincinnati on January 17th, 1832, to discuss colonization, which resulted in a series of resolutions. Now, this is from Black Americans. First, they had a right to freedom and equality. They felt honor bound to protect the country, the land of their birth, and the Constitution. They were not familiar with Africa and should have the right to make their own decisions about where they lived. They recommended that if Black people wish to leave the United States, they consider Canada or Mexico, where they would have civil rights and a climate that is similar to what they are accustomed to. The United States was large enough to accommodate a colony. This sounds like a black majority state and would be much cheaper to implement. They questioned the motives of the ACS members who cite Christianity as a reason for removing blacks from America. Since there were no attempts to improve the conditions of black people who lived in the United States, it is unlikely that white people would watch out for their interests thousands of miles away. So they wanted freedom, equality, land of their birth, and they wanted to establish a colony in 1832.
Right. Okay.
They were very aware.
I like that. 1832. That's yeah.
Very aware of what was going on.
Yeah, I'm not pushing back on that. I mean, I like that, man. I mean, you know, the fact that we had people, Black Americans, even back in the during the slavery days, they wanted their independence. They wanted land. To me, that's great to hear, man. I mean, because I try to be a very independent person, self-sufficient person, and I hope there's other Black Americans like myself. So yeah, I love to hear that, man.
I love to hear it too, because this is like the earliest date that I have of Black people saying, you know, we want our own, period.
Right.
You know,
Hey, tell me now, do you remember? Have you ever heard about George Washington? Right, he wanted to reward Black Americans for soldiers for fighting in the Revolutionary War. Have you ever heard anything about that? Because I heard some things that George Washington, he wanted to figure out how he can reward Black Americans for their bravery and courage to fight in the war, even though they were still slaves, they didn't have the right, and he wanted to grant them citizenship. Like I said in our space earlier today, that Black people, some Black veterans were given citizenship. You know, late in the late 1700s, early 1800s. Especially the Navy, especially these Black Americans that were in the Navy, in the Revolutionary Navy. So yeah, are you familiar with that?
I mean, I kind of think like I think we kind of missed the point of that. I mean, we have to really look at what was going on globally. You know, between the 11th century and the 17th century, when it comes to, because a lot of Africa on the west coast of that, what we're talking about, that map I just shows in that. I mean, it's showing you pretty much where European countries had, you know, their colonization points, and you know that Emmanuel Bowen map of Negro land, you know, is showing you from. I think that map is from 1767. So, you know, just putting that in perspective, I mean, we have to understand that even though the slaves from that came in the transatlantic slave trade, that they may have not known, they couldn't have known that 100 years later or 200 years later that, you know, a lot of those places in those areas had been colonized already. And that map that I just posted in the chat, I mean, it's showing that, you know, so, you know, but even still, you know, I mean, the Christian wars, the Muslim wars, you know, it's a lot going on, you know, prior to the 1619, you know, I mean, on the land, you know, so, I mean, when we look at it like that, like, I mean, yeah, I mean, of course, you know, the idea may have for those people to been returned, you know what I mean? But for them to actually had known that the truth of the matter was, you know what I mean, there was already colonization being started. You know what I'm saying? So we have to keep that in mind when we have these type of discussions. But yeah, man.
Yeah. You know, West Africa, right? You know, back in the 1500s, 16, 17, early 1800s, it was considered, I think they call it the white man's, the white man's grave. graveyard, because white people, once they landed on the West African coast, they died almost immediately because of the malaria. You know, once they get bitten by the mosquitoes, that was it. You know, so that's why the Europeans really didn't settle in West Africa until the late 1800s. That's when they had the quinine to fight the malaria disease. But before 1850, they didn't have anything to fight the malaria.
Right. Absolutely.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. We still got to look at the. I mean, you know, there's, like I say, I mean, there's still a superpower entity going on, and a corporate entity at the time. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, you got the what was, there was a, you know, it was a whole African company, slave company or whatever. Basically, it was owned by the English, the Stewart family. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, yeah, I get that part, what you're saying, but there's, like I say, there's still a corporate, you know what I'm saying, element to the whole slave trade. I mean, it just wasn't like it's just, you know, here to there. Like the whole world is engulfed in this thing at the time. The whole known world. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, you're right. It was very organized.
Yeah,
it was very organized. I mean,
yeah. You know, so you know,
they had insurance. Look, right. They had insurance. Right? If they lost goods on their ship, you know, the people that invested in those corporations, you know, back in Europe, you know, right. They got their money back. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it was definitely, yeah. Right. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm still really excited about finding that nugget of information there. Because it makes sense, because after the Civil War, when the Reverend Garrison Frazier and those other 19 reverends were asked about, you know, do you want to live scattered amongst the whites, or do you want to have something for yourselves? They chose the option of they wanted to be separated from white society, because this information had already been in our culture. It had already been in our intellect and our understanding. And so this really makes me believe now that there, you know, maybe if I do a deep dive into Prince Hall and what he had going on, that there's likely going to be echoes of understanding even back then. If you look at the Black Loyalists, which I do talk about, you mentioned George Washington. Well, the British gave the Black Loyalists land and opportunity in Canada, and I believe some of them ended up in Sierra Leone as well. And so that also kind of is an echo of the sentiment that Black Americans at that time understood, that they would be ultimately better off if they had their own land and possibly their own nation in some way, shape, or form. So yeah, that's a good thing to know and understand. The story's not told that way. The story's not told from that perspective, because if it has been told from that perspective, we would, as a population, be constantly moving in that direction. Every time we start to move in that direction, they set up detours in our path, and they push us in the direction that they want us to go. But there's something inside of our collective conscious that keeps telling us, no, we want to have our own. We want to govern ourselves, because that's ultimately going to be the best situation for us. Who's got there? Yeah, I'm not sure who has an open mic, but it's making a lot of background noise. Okay, I'm gonna go to the Jumbotron. this gentleman, Stephen Cooper, in Minnesota, one of the states that I really believe, and I hope and I wish that we can get out of that state. He was a former felon, committed a crime in his youth, served his time, ended up finding a gun inside of a vehicle that belonged to his brother, I believe is what the story says. His brother has passed away, and so he had no idea that this gun was in there. During a visit from his probation officer, he gives the gun to his probation officer and tells them exactly what occurred. And then the probation officer ends up arresting him, and now he's facing a minimum, I believe it's 5 years for a felon with a gun. So he is now locked into the vicious cycle of the American injustice system. Many of you know Reverend Tim Christopher. He is a 2A advocate in Minnesota as well as a pastor. And so I did tag him in that post, and he said he's involved in that situation with that gentleman. The gentleman does have a GoFundMe campaign if you are interested in helping him in any way, shape, or form. From what I can tell, simply tried to do the right thing and is being punished for doing the right thing, because I believe in the story it talks about, I think he says he could have threw it in a river, he could have gave it to someone else, he could have did anything with it that, wouldn't have been him giving it over to authorities to actually dispose of it properly. But instead of them, rewarding good behavior or just responsible behavior, they're using it as an opportunity to try to punish him. So it really sucks, and it is the way the country is set up. It's designed for that to happen one way, shape, or form or another. The next post is the woman from Living Single. Not going to say her name. The woman from Living Single who has kind of somehow slid her way into the conversation about reparations. It always seems cringy. This one is probably one of the most cringy moments. From what I understand about this event, this was on a HBCU campus in which this corporation, this white-owned corporation, small hat corporation, religious occultist owned corporation, was basically doing some promotion on an HBCU campus, and in the process, they came up with this Reparations Now milkshake, and you get to see whatever this is that it's called root beer recipe for reparations. She is partnered with some white guy. I forget his name because he's not that relevant, but there was a fan base space like this audio room that Miss Teslin was a part of about a week or so ago. And I was in the space. I was trying to pay attention to it. Unfortunately, there was a much better space on Twitter. So I was trying to listen to both, and I'm working at the same time. So I didn't really get to tap into it. I wish I would have paid more attention to it. But unfortunately, or I guess just because of the fact that she had that particular fan base room, Teslin did put out a post saying that she's been getting a lot of emails or DMs about this particular. In my opinion, it's sort of a debacle. It's like the corporatization of a black political movement, and it's very negative in my opinion. Does it get the word out? Possibly, but in one of the really worst ways, from my opinion. Because again, these companies, these corporations, they're about brand recognition. They're about attaching their brand to a particular consumer base, and you know, even though they may have paid to advertise or paid to sponsor something at the college, they're thinking, if we can get these young college graduates who are going to make significantly more money than you would think the rest of the population would, and they're going to grow up and have families, that they'll have this brand recognition and they'll become lifetime customers. So they're not doing it out of benevolence, they're doing it for a particular reason. And then the other issue is that these people are still on HR 40, and that's hashtagging it. So it's just problematic from a lot of different angles, but it is what it is. Does anybody have any thoughts on that? Because I've not been in a whole lot of spaces. I don't think that's been discussed in the spaces that I was in. If anybody would like to come up to speak to it, please do. If the space will let me get you up here. This is another Mississippi story. Mississippi is hell on earth when it comes to politics and legislation. For the second straight year, lawmakers killed an effort to reinstate a ballot initiative process amid deep disagreement between House and Senate leaders. So essentially, ballot initiatives give the citizens of the state the opportunity to vote on whatever it is that they're voting on, so that the citizens basically have a say in what goes on in the state. And this is essentially saying that there haven't been any ballot initiatives, at least for the last 2 years, because of whatever's going on down there. Which is just a tragedy, man. It's just a real tragedy. This is another Mississippi story, and this actually relates to the migration movement. I'm just going to read it, and then I'll tell how it relates for what I'm trying to do. So they're in front of a church. It kind of looks like a Catholic church based on the mural. But it says, despite our varied theological positions or shared ethical convictions, call us to stand united as Mississippians who believe working together across religious, racial, partisan, and geographic divides makes us all stronger together. For me, okay, we got someone cool. For me, you know, when I wrote my book, I talked about having hubs around the country. And so they would be some organization, some business, or some other entity that you could place in major Black cities across the country while you're also building this Black majority state. And you can use these organizations as outreach posts, as community centers, as political organization structures, etc. And since that time, I thought about, well, because I've been in the bar business, and you think, okay, well, private clubs kind of have like bylaws, and they operate as an organization, and you can do philanthropy and political engagement and other things like that. So that kind of has been in the back of my head. And then because I've had some really negative interactions with biker clubs, I see the potential in biker clubs, not from the negative aspect, but from a very positive organizational structure. Because again, you have bylaws, you have a private club, and you can develop this national network. I have also owned a restaurant. And so you think, okay, well, if I can establish a chain of restaurants and I can have some sort of time set aside 1 day a week to organize, do community work, that's another option. And then this post, which I just highlighted, which is probably and likely the best option, which is a church. And I know in Black American politics, the Black church is a problem. And it has been a problem. Oh, she says I'm low. Oh, God. Okay, because this phone sucks. Let me try to switch. If you guys can't hear me, I'm going to switch from the social account to the black majority account and see if that helps a little bit. Okay, hopefully this is better. Once I get rid of the echo here. Okay, hopefully that works. Okay, if this sounds a little bit better, okay, cool. Yeah, that other phone, man, I probably am, and I do need to get in the market for some phones because that one, for some reason, the sound in that phone is just horrible. But okay, so yeah, so I was talking about the different organizations, and I finally have centered on a church, but a hybrid church, and the reason is multiple reasons. One, black churches should be outreach posts into the black community. That kind of always was their purpose. For whatever reason, they've kind of shut their doors and they've kind of gone extremely isolated themselves from the community. They do mission trips everywhere around the world, but very few do mission trips right in America where it's needed the most, in my opinion. And so to develop a church that can perform community outreach, but also have a political element that will do political organization, that will help, establish training for careers, education for children, through the different ages, and other things that are needed in the community, daycare, et cetera, et cetera. So churches have a lot of ability to do a lot of different things, and the Black American church just isn't utilizing or working in that manner. And there's probably a lot of reasons why that is. I know I've heard that the 501c3 could be the reason. It could be the fact that they're getting money from the Democrat Party. And there could be a whole host of other reasons. One thing is for sure, a lot of Black congressional members have some religious affiliation, and a lot of them are ordained in the Black church. And that's historical throughout our time in this country. And that is the federal level, but it also is the same and relevant at the state, local, county levels as well, is that you find a lot of Black Americans who have ties to the church. Again, using a church to go in like a lamb, but organize like a lion, I believe is going to be the most advantageous strategy, because organizations give a lot of leeway to churches. They give a lot of leeway to leadership in churches. They like to partner up with churches that are active in the community. And it's almost like a not so much a Trojan horse, because you're not going in to defeat your own people, but you certainly are going in to defeat everybody else. And so, for all of those reasons, I'm thinking that is going to be the vehicle to go into the city of Wilmington to try to plan a church that has a political ideology of Black American agenda politics and is active in it, but also has a spiritual side to it and can organize people in that way as well. And so that's why I put that post up there. And if I can make a comparison to what I envision it to be, it would be similar but very, very different from what we see with the purple and gold Hebrew Israelites in terms of their political action, the few times that they've made a national case for it, and the nation. The nation is a black religious organization that talks politics, but that doesn't necessarily engage in politics. There are a lot of black churches in this country that talk politics, that run candidates, that get elected, but for whatever reason, they don't actually benefit the communities that they're in. I think that has a lot to do with integration in this country and the way the system is designed. In an integrated society where you are a permanent minority and you're never going to have power, and they just kind of ride along and go along to get along in that system. But I believe that if you give Black Americans an opportunity to use this system for political purposes, and you explain it in a way where they can actually absorb it and understand it, and then they get excited about it, I think you have the opportunity to marry the power of spirit with the power of mind and action, and combine those two to actually bring about the results. Um, so that is the plan. Me going into Wilmington is to find a commercial property where in which we can develop an organization that is based in spiritual gifts and talents and wisdom, but also can initiate political action and almost immediately start looking for candidates for the upcoming elections. Um, and I think that same strategy will work in every state where in which we live in abundance, because if we're going to be really, really honest about the voting population, we vote Democrat. 40% of our population votes Democrat. In that same Democrat demographic, there's a high percentage of those people who attend some type of religious services. A high percentage. And so I think that it's just like a common natural marriage between the two. In most churches, after the pastor speaks, they're more like community centers. People break bread, the kids are running around, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Um, and so I think that that's the mission. Um, and for me, God is the universe is God. And even me writing the book came out of a near-death experience where in which I probably shouldn't have lived, probably shouldn't have survived. And it took me a couple of years to get back to work and to get back to what is now normal. Um, and so, all the time that I have here, which to be quite honest, I probably shouldn't be here, I'm going to use it in a way to uplift as many Black Americans as I possibly can. But I am very, very aware that there has to be more than just money. Money is great. If I had $100 million tomorrow, it would certainly be helpful. But I don't know that it would necessarily move the people as much as the spirit. And I'm talking about a sincere, honest spirit would move the people. So that's just where I'm at, and that's how I'm thinking, and that's how I'm moving, and that's how I believe we're going to win, because even though you have this church and then you have this political part of it, doesn't mean that people got to come to the church, doesn't mean that people got to join the church, doesn't mean that people got to worship anything at all, because the political part will be completely outreach. But you also have the ability to use the pastors and the congregation to get out in the streets, you know, um, to run campaigns, to knock on doors. That's another very, very important part of it, because when you have a political campaign, oftentimes one of the hardest things to do is find volunteers to do all the things that you need to do to run a campaign. But if you have a church and a congregation of people who are begging to volunteer to do something, you already have this built-in body of people that can make phone calls, that can knock on doors, that can go to city hall. I don't ever want to protest anything, to be quite honest. I just want to get voters lined up, do mock votes every single month, so that everybody's on the same page. And then when the election happens, we all vote the way that we've been practicing to vote every single month, and maybe every week leading up to the election. And just having our organization at the highest level possible. So that's the plan. That is the plan. Whew. I can't even mention this tweet, because this is what got. If you get a chance, it's got 1925 in the title. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's 8 from the right, and I tried to talk about this in the other space, and they collapsed it, and then they prevented me from starting 2 other rooms. So I'm not going to mention it here, but I think it's actually pretty interesting, since this is the now trending topic in reparations conversations. Um, that this particular group of people in 1925, way before a certain conflict happened, they were using this word, but they actually attach a lot of meaning to the word, and essentially saying that 80,000 of these people were already living, breathing, working, acting, um, every other description that you could possibly think of, as a nation. And this was in 1925. So this is very relevant to the migration, in as much as, and this particular word. I'm not even gonna say that word, because I don't know if that was the word or the other word was the word that got this space shut down. But if you're going to use this particular word, there is some context to it, to understand that ultimately this word is supposed to lead to a nation, right? And while we can't necessarily form a nation here in this country, on this land, we can control states. We can have sovereignty under state government. We can control state, local, county government, and we can govern ourselves in that way. Which, once we have multiple states, and we have a region of states, we will essentially operate as a nation within a nation, not scattered and integrated about with no political authority, but as a concentrated population with political authority, in order to effectively protect, prosper, and empower our population permanently. Permanently. perpetually for every successive generation, as long as we educate them to the importance of maintaining a black majority. That has got to be mandatory education for all future generations. I talked about the Danny Morrison show on KBLA in 1580 AM. They do have an app. You can download it on the App Store or Google Play. He had a show about the Great Migration on Wednesday earlier in the week. They have a YouTube channel, and they separate the show into 3 segments. They're an hour long. I was in the third segment of that show on Wednesday, and I was like somewhere in the middle-ish. But I do have a link to that. I'll put it down in the chat if somebody wants to check it out, because I did respond. I called in. I got a chance to talk to the guy. He seemed very enthused, very on board. By the end of the conversation, he was in agreement with it. There were others that had called in, and our sister CC Freeman was on that show actually live in studio earlier in the week, I believe on Monday of the same week. And she talked about reparations, she talked about immigration, and she talked about the reverse migration as well. Okay. Okay, so our brother who is hasn't been in the spaces for a while, but who definitely is someone who, I still utilize some of his information. He made the amazing graphic of 60% majority in all the states that we list. But he used to talk about, and someone, I think Mouthpiece mentioned it earlier, urban density. He talked about urban density because he's in that space. I think he's actually in college right now. And so he used to talk about building buildings, apartment buildings, et cetera, et cetera. And I would always give him pushback on it because I'm not a big fan of, massive apartment complexes. This in the Jumbotron, I don't know where this is at, but it is a building that has 30,000 people living in this one building. 30,000 people. It looks like it's very new. It looks almost like a luxury situation, if you want to call it that, with 30,000 people. But yeah, this is like a modern marvel to me. There's no way I would live in a place I wouldn't even want to visit a place like that. But for some people in some areas of the planet, I guess living in an apartment building with 30,000 people is just something that they want to do. But I don't recommend this at all. I'm not a fan of I'm not a fan of those buildings like that. I like single family homes, duplexes, apartment buildings to a certain extent, 20 apartments, maybe even 100, but nothing that would hold that many people in one building. Okay. All right, so this is a story. This is like an international story. I believe these are immigrants who live in the country. It says a Florida couple visiting Haiti kidnapped off of a bus. The Poster Union of Black America says they went home to visit and got caught up. The kidnappers demanded $6,000. Once we sent that money, they tried to up the price to $200,000 per person, and we don't have that type of money, is the quote. So I only highlight this story because we've kind of been witnessing tragedies in Mexico and other places where, we just got to be very, very careful. Passport Bros was brought up earlier in the space. we got to be very careful when traveling outside of the country and understand, especially a place like Haiti where there's no government and I think warlords or whatever they call it, people in charge. There's basically gangs in control of the country. Why? I guess they're Haitians. They feel like they would have had a safe trip there. Whatever. I'm a Black American. I'm not traveling to Haiti at all. I'm not traveling to Mexico at all. There's probably not. I can't even think of a South American country where I would feel safe traveling to be quite honest. So for anybody who has plans, you've got family members who got plans, spring break and all that, and people like to do different things, whatever. Just be very, very aware of the dangers of traveling to these countries. I don't know why I'm getting all that feedback noise. The next story up here is about the LA Sheriff's Department and violent deputy gangs. So they want to try to ban violent deputy gangs in the LA's Sheriff's Department. But they are asking the question, is it constitutional? And if Black American Homeland is up here, I'm gonna throw the mic to you. See. Okay, so he might be caught in the matrix. Can I drop him? Nope, I gotta switch over. 1 second.
Hey, testing, 1, 2. Can you hear me?
Okay, yeah, we got you. There you go. Yeah, so this story is about constitutionality of the LA Sheriff's Department banning these violent gangs that are inside of their police department.
I mean, they have the right to fire them.
Would they be eligible for compensation, or would their union be able to get them reinstated?
Well, they have to prove that they are in the gang.
But okay,
if they can prove that they are in the gang and they're doing harm to the citizens of LA County, then they have the right to fire them.
Okay, so I'm gonna play. Well, I'm not gonna play devil's advocate, but I'm gonna just give the opposite view, because I think what they're going to allude to is that they have the constitutional right of association within anywhere in the country, to be quite honest, and even within this police force, and they're probably going to say they're mischaracterizing their association for whatever. And even if there's rogue individual police officers who do some criminal activity, it's on them, not on the group. I think that would be their legal argument.
Okay, yeah. I mean, yeah, it's going to be a case by case. Yeah, it's definitely going to be an individual thing. I mean, actually, these people are part of a union, so therefore they're going to get help from the union. Yeah, this is very difficult. Cause look, I mean, you don't want the police department firing black people because they think the black police officers are in the gang, a black gang. So yeah, it has to. I mean, the police department has to have some type of evidence that these police officers are doing harm. But yeah, guilty by association, yeah, I don't think that would work.
Yeah, and I just scanned through the story, and that's exactly what they're standing on First Amendment right of association, unconstitutionality of saying that they can't, they're calling them subgroups. That's the term they're using. And so this is, oh God. So this is what we need to understand. We look to the federal government to provide protection for Black Americans. People talk about some federal legislation for protection for Black Americans. These are police officers who are criminals, who have gangs inside of the police department, and it is very unlikely that they are going to legally be able to remove these officers based on their protection under the First Amendment to the right of association. And so there that becomes the rub and the problem and the conflict in looking to the federal government to help us in the way that we wish and hope that they could help us. It's likely that they're unlikely able to help us because they're limited by the Constitution as much as they are empowered by it. So the question becomes, if in a Black majority state, if we had a similar, maybe there was some holdovers, very racist cops with Confederate Nazi tattoos all over them, and we couldn't just outright fire them. We would have to develop some type of process, like you said, individually, that would demote them, find fault, investigate them, and then essentially push them out based on their conduct, not simply saying we're going to ban them all simply because they are known to be associates of whatever. So yeah, that's unfortunate, but it is the way the country's constructed. And because even if they got rid of them, like you said, they'll go to the union. They'll likely to go to federal court, if not state court first, and federal court. Then it sets a precedent across the country, and then what you end up happening, you end up with gangs in the police across the whole entire country if they win. Some of these court cases, to be honest, can backfire against if you lose a court case, or if they win, it could actually make things much worse. So I think, like you said, individual enforcement and just focusing and targeting individuals would probably be the best way to deal with it. Sucks so bad. This is an international story from a couple days ago. It looks like in Syria, I believe this happened in Syria, but they're saying it's Iranian drones that hit and killed an American, I believe it's a subcontractor, and wounded 6 others. So there have been multiple attacks in Syria, but they're saying they are Iranian drones. And because the president of the United States has massive power in foreign countries, they issue drone strikes against, not sure if it's against Syria or Iran, but this could be echoes into the escalation and widening of conflict, because we know that Russia backed Syria in their civil war, which is why America didn't really get super involved in it. We've always had our eyes and our targets on Iran. Iran is connected to Russia as well. And so we just got to hope that this doesn't turn into a much broader conflict, where you already have the thing in Ukraine going on. And then if they kind of escalate this, we'd have multiple issues happening. And that would start to look like it could lead into a much bigger situation. See if I can get the company up here. Okay, you got it. There you go.
Also, to add with that Middle Eastern politics stuff that you were just talking about, Iran and the Saudis just came back from China shaking hands and making peace agreements, and those two they've been fighting for a very long time over the what do they call that, Sunni and Shiite, the two different populations that are in the Middle East, have now shaken hands and come to peace. So there's a unity there. I don't know why they had to go to China to make sure that they can come to a peace agreement. But yeah, the political landscape of everything is changing, and we know that the Indians are still fighting the Chinese over a border war that's been going on for the last 10 years. What is it called? What's going on in Taiwan? I don't know if anything's gonna happen soon, but gotta keep eye on that. Japan, that's another thing, because now they want to raise their military, and their military budget went up. I think about 25%, which is a whole lot. Bigger spending than what's that other country that just had a bigger spending bill in their budget? It's another small country that didn't really I want to say it's what is it called, the Vietnamese and stuff like that are reinventing their army, and they've had major upgrades to their military. The Africans too. I think there's going to be another civil war in South Africa. And that's it. That's all I gotta say.
And you said in South Africa, a war in South Africa?
Civil war is about to break in South Africa.
Okay, because that's interesting. I know that they've had skirmishes and conflicts between the black South Africans and the white Afrikaners. Is that the same situation?
Well, the black population wants to, they want more control of the country and all the other stuff, the politics, and they also want to delineate and do that type of stuff like we're doing here in the United States. So they're doing that too. But they're really, the biggest thing that they're fighting is their immigration. They have a big problem with a whole bunch of Nigerians coming in.
Hey, the company, this is Black American Homeland. I used to live in South Africa, Cape Town, South Africa, 1994 to 96. I was there, man. I saw the whole thing. The Boers, maybe the Boers might try a civil war. But the thing was, they had their chances back between 1990 and 94. That's when they were the most powerful. But now, the fact that the ANC, they have been in charge of South Africa for the 94, that's almost 30 years. And they are entrenched in the military and the court system, the police department. Man, it's going to be pretty tough. I mean, the best time for them to do it was 30 years ago. So now that the fact they're trying now is pretty interesting. But look, I do understand.
Well, I mean, okay, just correct me if I'm wrong, but you know, I asked somebody else, you know, that, you know, they said that they've been there and stuff like that.
Oh yeah,
But
I'm not saying you're wrong.
but their white ghettos are getting bigger and bigger and bigger.
Right.
So
look, I can understand that. Yeah. Look.
So is that true or not? Because that's what I heard.
Yeah.
You know, I've been to the place, never been to the continent. Don't plan on going there. And soon.
Look, everybody knows that, you know, if you want to be rich in a country, you got to have control of the government.
Mm-hmm.
So even the white people, you know, if they don't have control of the government, then, you know, some of their people are going to fall into poverty. So yeah, that's how it works. You know, they could fight. You know, they got the guns, they got, you know, they got the organization, but the thing is, the African, the ANC, they're pretty powerful too. So it's gonna, and look, they only the whites are only about 7 to 8%, 6% of the population. So they used to be 13% back in 1994.
Have we, as Black Americans, reflected back on the times of Nelson Mandela, his fights, what they were really about, and you know, did it really help South Africa?
The ANC, Nelson Mandela. I mean, yeah, they're much better off now than they were 30 years ago. Look, 30 years ago, they had no power. They had no say in the government. They had no land. They were completely subjugated people 30 years ago. So, you know, now you got Black millionaires, Black billionaires. They control 50% of the South African stock exchange. You got Black-owned banks, and you got Black-owned corporations. So they're doing much better now than they did 30 years ago. Of course, they still have a long way to go, but, you know, they do have some progress.
I mean, because, you know, like in my history, because, you know, I'm 39, so, you know,
I'm 56.
School was whack for me. For the most part, when it came to, like, you know, teaching history and everything, but, you know, they labeled the guy a terrorist, right? The United States.
Yeah.
You know, the guy was locked up in prison for what, 25 years?
27.
Yeah, long ass time.
Yep.
And then they let him go, and then, you know, that was after the government was overthrown. They set him free, and then he became a national hero.
No, the government wasn't overthrown. What happened was the national party, which was run by F.W. de Klerk.
Strange, bro.
They decided, it was a negotiation with the United States and Great Britain. They said, look, you know, they had sanctions on South Africa.
Wow.
And to lift the sanction, the South African government had an agreement that they would have full, full democratic elections in 1994. So they disbanded the ANC, and Black Africans were able to vote, and but I guess they didn't think that the ANC would win. I don't think they would win, but they won. So yeah.
Okay, so all all being said that, you know, could we say or we can't say that he was a plant put there in that country that, you know, the United States, of course, Great Britain, all these other people, they benefit off of it greatly. Like, you know, just if we're looking from the other side, you know, or from another perspective.
I know exactly what you're trying to say. Yeah. Look, Okay, look, the American government, the British government, they didn't want Nelson Mandela to die. They definitely didn't want him to die. They knew that Nelson Mandela was the only African person in South Africa that was able to to bring all the 10, 12 South African tribes together, and hopefully they won't have a civil war back then. Look, see, the British, they understand what happened in Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe is an African country which is just north of South Africa. They were also they had a white government, a white minority government that controlled Zimbabwe, and in 1980, Mugabe, he had his military guys, his guerrilla forces, and they defeated the white minority government, and he became president. The Great Britain, and in America, they did not want that to happen in South Africa. So they decided, hey, look, they decided to make some type of agreement. Look, Anglo-America, De Beers, the big African banks, Sanlam. I used to work for a insurance company in South Africa called Sanlam. They're a huge conglomerate, right? And if they want to keep their money, their power, you should have some type of democratic election. So they all agreed to it, and there was no civil war in South Africa, but it was a big possibility of a civil war back in the 90s. I hope I answered your question.
Yeah, so this is what I'm seeing. I guess this was back in February, but Russia, China, and South Africa were conducting 10 days of joint naval exercises off of the African country's coast. So that's that BRICS, that whole BRICS thing. So I don't know if there's any legitimate civil war thing going on there, but it looks like Russia, China, South Africa, or
look, you're right, Black. Look, by South Africa being part of BRICS, there is no way. I mean, South Africa had complete support from China. They have support from Russia. They have support from India. It's too late for some type of white war in South Africa. It's completely too late for that.
No, I get it. I just want to make sure that, the hype isn't, anything worth, even talking about, because, these people, the way they made it sound like, like it was about to fucking go down.
Yeah. I mean, it could happen.
I mean, it's probably just how they argue, them Africans, man, they be, fucking yelling at each other and shit. Like, or I don't know if that's just how they
talk. The Nigerian thing. The Nigerian, they like to argue. They like to scream at each other. That's more of a West African thing. To me, the South African, man, they kind of quiet people, man. The South Africans are much different from the West Africans. Except the Zulu. The Zulu, they can be pretty confident. That's a pretty confident tribal group in South Africa.
I thought they was all wiped out, man, and put on slave ships.
No, the Zulu, they're
YouTube glitchy. Don't start, because you know what they do once it glitch. They trying to shut it down over here.
I mean, isn't that like the Zulu, do they speak Swahili?
Not Swahili, they speak Swazulu. SWIZULU. Zulu. Yeah, something like that. It's SWIZULU. Yeah.
Yeah, see, that's a lot to keep up with all that stuff.
Yeah. And look, and then you got
crazy that and their dialects are actually all different.
Yeah. Yeah, some of those people, they got the clicking sound in their language. That's the closer.
That's what I was understanding is like, you know, the ones that speak English, there's two different types. You have one that has
playing. They ain't playing with your boys. They man, these
like
motherfuckers
like
is talking
French
tough as hell
for some reason.
Okay, all right.
Damn.
Okay, then you have the other ones that sound more like the British people.
Correct.
More Anglo type.
Correct. Look, you got two types of white people in South Africa. You got the Boer people, which are mostly your French, Dutch, and French Dutch background. And then you got your English speaking people. They're mostly in the Durban area.
This is this motherfucker's like little fucking Napoleon.
But the English were actually the group that controlled the country. The Boers, the Afrikaners, they were mostly civil service. They worked in the government and things like that. But it was the English people.
They were
German. South Africa. Okay.
Oh, they had German blood. That's the matter of fact.
All right,
that's the
we
one
got a South African up here.
German blood, Dutch, and French.
Okay.
Those are the three. Those are the three bloods of the Afrikaner. And then look, a company, and
an actual person from South Africa in to talk about South Africa.
Of Cape Town.
Awesome.
These people are mixed European, African, and Southeast Asian, and Indian. They all mixed together. And I was actually engaged to a Cape Town girl back in 1994. She was a Muslim girl. And I told her family that I was going to change my religion. But, I come from a very religious family in Virginia, and they told me not to.
My sister, like, we have the same dad, but we have, different moms. And her family's from Texas, but originally they came from Cape Verde, from Africa. And her mother is like, they're Muslim, but they're like a Kemetic type of Muslim.
Now the Cape Verde people are different from the Cape Coast people, Cape Town people. Because the Cape Verde people, they're from a Portuguese background. The Portuguese they colonized Cape Verde back 500 years ago. And they had slaves on that island, and so the Cape Verdean, they come from that.
Hold on, let me go grab a picture real quick. I'll be right back.
Hey, so let me say this. So, they have been trying to pressure South Africa into arresting Putin because there's this international criminal court, warrant for Putin's arrest. But the Russian Security Council says, hypothetically, if they were to arrest the head of state of a nuclear state, talking about Putin, it's a declaration of war. Russia will send missiles to the German parliament, chancellor's office, etc. So they are literally saying that he's untouchable anywhere on the planet Earth, and if you make that mistake, it'll end in these missiles being launched to wherever that comes from. That's a pretty interesting thing to be saying on a global scale. Like, goodness gracious. I see Kaba is here. He looks like he's from South Africa or maybe something of that nature. So I'm going to let him speak for a minute. Kaba 30. You got a mic. You got to take your mic off mute. Okay. We're patiently waiting. Nothing. Okay.
They're trying to figure out how to use this thing.
I'm back in the Matrix. No. Okay, More came up to speak. If you can hear me, let's go to More.
Hello.
Hello, is this Kaba?
Yes.
Okay.
Kaba here.
Yeah, go for it. What's going on with Russia and China and South Africa?
Oh yeah. I just wanted to got tempted to join you guys. Just listening to you guys speak about South Africa. I am from Zulu. I'm tribal Zulu. And I just wanted to just add to what like you're saying and just a few alterations here and there.
Can hear or can't hear?
Summarize it. I'll try and summarize this.
Can't hear the speaker or can't hear me?
Basically, before we got independence, all our tribes were together fighting apartheid. We were just fighting.
Oh, you might be in the Matrix. I can hear him pretty clear. Or you can't hear him on YouTube. Okay, let me see.
So we had our leaders, Mandela.
I don't know where the mic is.
And everybody else before he met. And he got arrested.
Is that better?
Because of the war he was threatening.
Where the mic is on this fucking laptop, bro.
He got arrested. And he was kept for 27 years in prison. But some things you need to know about that.
So you're trying to sound sexy.
You have to ask yourself why he came out a hero as he was arrested as a terrorist. Remember, MIGRATE Thatcher said he is a terrorist. And that's what the Western government believed him to be a terrorist, including the American government. So
I don't know where the fucking mic is on here, so I
during
get closer to it. But
you see, I like to listen to you guys speak sometimes a lot. I sit back and listen just to understand a lot of things, because while you guys may think coming over there is impacting on you, which I understand, you guys in America do not have to leave America to impact on us, because all the policies that you make, the people that you vote in, create foreign policies that become a law in our countries, whether we like it or not.
Okay.
So each time you vote anybody over there, we feel it. So sometimes I listen just to understand where we're going as a nation myself, because when you put Trump in, when you put Obama, there's a difference. But the main thing that stays is that the foreign policy is the same. Because what I've come to understand is that in your own countries, it doesn't matter which party you vote for.
Right.
Whether it's the left wing or right wing, it is the wing of the same bird.
Right.
Right? So what happened in the past is that when Mandela was in prison, they kept him in prison. Normally, as you guys know, the Western governments don't negotiate with terrorists.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a reason why they kept him. And that reason we came about to know about it later on, but in the 90s, it obviously happened that way, that Mandela was spoken to while in prison. We have information that Trump, he didn't actually stay in prison for 27 years. I think he stayed in prison for 19 years. The rest of the times he was being spoken
to in farms and Oppenheimer's farms, and he spent a lot of time outside the prison.
Mm.
So when he came out, he was actually out of sync with some of his leaders who were kept away from him. He was also out of sync with his wife, Winnie Mandela, who had kept going, kept the struggle going outside prison. She was arrested a few times, but when he came out, she even admitted that he's a different person. It's not the same Mandela that went in. Whatever they did, you can think about all the conspiracies we have about, MK Ultra, whatever the case may have happened inside. Yes, cloning. There's a lot of stories, theories about what happened to him, but certainly he was a different man.
Wow.
And you must remember that the American government was working with the apartheid government at the time. But to the public in America, this is always a secret. And you may not have known about this, but these governments were working together. Let me give you a simple example. I know as Black people we are different, or in some way or other, but we are more similar than different, I should think. And when we see you guys, personally, on my side, when I see you, I watch a lot of American stuff and keep up with a lot of, things happening around the world, whether it's America or Brazil or whatever. But I see a lot of similarities that nobody can explain sometimes, if we were kept apart or if we were never together at any point. There has to be a reason why there's such similarities. So what they know is that our DNA is the same. And I've come to know about this because during apartheid, the American government used to have clinics in Soweto where if you check on my timeline, it's all there, where they used to carry out experiments in our townships for HIV and all sorts of things, because I believe they needed it for you guys over there. Okay, so all these things were going on covertly, under the secret agents, mission, but it's funded by corporations. It's funded by, for instance, a company like Glencore, which is the biggest mining company. The owner. I mean, those are your American corporations that are in South Africa. 600 companies are in South Africa that America always seeks to protect. So when Mandela came out, for instance, he was told, or his mission was, he needs to keep that going. Now, this is how it was done. There is a party called the National Party, which was the apartheid government. It is made up of, as Black said, it was made up of Afrikaners. It was made up of Afrikaners and white people from England. So Afrikaners are your Dutch and your Germans. Okay, it's a mix of Dutch and German people who, when they invaded South Africa and Southern Africa, created a what I would call a hybrid mentality, or a hybrid race or type of people who are in the middle, like who are a buffer zone between Black people and white people. What you call mentally, they are coons, or I don't know what terms you use over there, but it's people that you won't trust, would back you when there's a war or anything like that. So they did do that through rape, through all sorts of means. For instance, I'll give you an example. In Namibia, the Germans went in there and isolated about 500,000 women into the desert and created a new race over there.
Wow.
Okay. The men were killed. Obviously, you all know that if there's a war, it's the men and boys that get and the new race it was created. The same thing happened in Cape Town in a different way, but that's why you have a lot of Cape Colored there who are now the mainstay. When we vote, for instance, in Cape Town we have Western Cape, which is a state. It's like one of our states, really. There's Gauteng, there's Western Cape, Eastern Cape, Northern Cape, Malanga, Limpopo. These are our provinces, or what you call regions that um, we use to kind of demarcate our local areas. So in that region, you have someone like a governor there. So in Western Cape, it's mostly white. Well, it's run by white people. But the main race there is colored because they are more inclined to vote or mixed race people. I know some of those terms are not allowed over there, but we still say it this like. So they are more inclined because mentally they've been tuned or conditioned to hate themselves.
Mulattoes.
We do that as black people. We hate ourselves. But there's self-hate, as we call it. And so we tend to sometimes prefer something white other than supporting ourselves. So in the Western Cape, we do have that race or in a mindset that believes that everything white is better. So they created that, and this is what they've used to stay in power in many ways. So when Mandela was taken out, was brought out, the National Party, which was the Apartheid Party, was collapsed by the cabal. This whole cabal that you guys that is giving America a hard time, it's the same one here. It's the same one. And what you need to know is that all those years when you were supporting America, what you thought was America, you were supporting the American corporation. The American corporation, which is a private company, is made up of people that don't care about America, basically. But they've confused the whole world about this. So the American corporation exists outside America as proxy governments that they install, puppets. As you know, Biden is not your true American leader. If you look at it, if you really analyze what he represents, in our countries we do have a struggle where puppet governments are installed, and they're installed to serve American interests, basically. And
we built the country.
Yeah.
What's it called? We are the natives here.
Yeah.
You can't just take away our citizenship and send us nowhere in Africa.
Yeah,
we do understand that we are not the United States corporation, but we are Americans.
Yeah, I get that. It's difficult to sometimes have a conversation.
That's like telling a native of your land, hey, don't worry about these other people coming in. If you're native to your land, you're going to protect your borders, right?
Yes, true.
Regardless of what's going on.
Yes, I understand. No, I'm with you there. I totally agree, and you should.
Hey, Kaba, my bad. Yeah, let me ask you a question. So I'm looking at your demographics. There's nearly 50 million Black Africans in South Africa, right?
Yes.
There's only 5 million whites, a little over 1,000 Indian Asians, and then this colored mulatto buffer class is about 5,000. Or I'm sorry, these are millions, right? So
millions.
So you got like a 5-to-1 advantage over there in terms of population. Why do you think, or why is it that the Black Africans cannot get rid of these coloreds, whites, and Asians out of their country?
Oh, okay. I was actually getting to that point because this is how it happened, and it happens everywhere in Africa. First of all, when you get a leader that tries to do that, he's either assassinated or arrested or brought into some kind of international criminal court charges
Wow.
about spurious charges that they dream up. So basically, in Africa, we've had about 30 leaders assassinated who have tried to change that system.
Wow.
You in America and top in the execution of African leaders. I think you guys may know about the last ones under the COVID um, uh, pandemic. Magufuli from Tanzania.
You know, some of us was children when that happened. It's not like we had any say so in that.
No, I'm not. Listen, I don't know. I don't. I'm not saying this to sound. I don't know how to say this without.
We can look back and say, "Hey, wanted what? It was a fucked up situation." Are we going to repeat the past? No, we're not.
No, I get it. I'm not blaming. I've never blamed any of you because I've never blamed. I don't think you should see it that way because even as Africans, we are confused about this. Most of the things was kept away from us in different ways. For instance, the question that has just been asked would address that. I was just about to explain that as Africans, we've been kept apart by the system in that we've allowed ourselves to be kept apart. Actually, that our differences have been brought to the fore so that we can fight each other. So we spend a lot of time fighting each other. And I think even as black people, you understand this. Over there, you've been kept, in some kind of an internal war amongst yourselves, so that you don't actually sit together like you're doing now and think about this and have disagreements and iron them out and understand why you disagree and then come together and say, yes, we do disagree, but the main thing is A, B, C, D. Let's agree on this, even if we disagree on that, because this is what they do. They will have their own differences in Western world or Western countries, or as white people, like in South Africa, we have different white people, like from different countries, but they do unite on one thing, that they must stay in power.
Yeah.
So I was explaining that
self-preservation.
Wait, does America even have? We don't even have anything going on in South Africa, do we? United States.
We always got
something. What do you mean?
I mean, what do we have? Like, going on as far as politics with South Africa? Pretty much nothing, right? Because I haven't heard anything on the news about anything about South Africa, really. Except for, social media and, very vague people.
Okay, I'll explain that to you. Last year, a ship and an army, what do you call it, a U.S. Navy ship docked in Cape Town and also Durban because of the discovery of diamonds in KwaZulu. That's my home area.
There you go.
We discovered
diamonds
stuff there, and there's also oil on the just off this the coast.
Crazy.
That they want. So 10,000 American soldiers are currently in Durban. That's my Zulu nation.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow.
Okay, wait. Okay, so in my American history class, in California, they're really big on, what some people
armada.
call
That's a
critical race
battalion
theory.
right there.
I call it telling the truth.
Right.
But they
fucking company.
They taught us that, long time ago, like, these people, that were coming out of Europe and stuff was going in exploring into Africa, right? And then they went in South Africa, they found some type of ancient civilization there. And And for some reason, they said, "Oh, we must have built this," and then they turned it into a resort and a water park.
I don't know what he's
Well,
talking about. What is he talking about?
let me ask the different.
Hey, Kaba, I'm sorry. Let me ask you a question, because you said there's 10,000 military personnel in South Africa right now.
Yes.
Now are they
yeah.
naval personnel, or is this the army?
It's the army, because what's supposed to happen is, I heard you say something's about to go down. Yes, something's about to go down. It may go down. It's any time, because how it normally happens is that when there's something to be protected from the West, we have to do the fighting internally. We have to fight each other in some way or form. Now, as the Zulu tribe, the Zulu has always fought for the land. In one of the regions is called KwaZulu Natal, which means, when you say KWA, which is KwaZulu, it means you are basically saying this is the place of the Zulus. So it came about to be named that as a province, because the tribe, our tribe, fought the whole British arrangement by saying we are keeping our land. So at independence, other regions lost the land. 95%. In some areas, in other regions, white people control 95% of the land.
Wow.
Okay, in some it's 50, it's 60, 75, depending on how their leaders agreed.
Crazy, bro.
Were defeated, basically. So this is what Mandela agreed to in the beginning. So when they come in, it's about really protecting American interests. As I said, there's over 600 corporations that are based in South Africa that are American. So there is 600 of American corporations or companies that have to be American interests.
Let me ask you this. A battalion of 10,000 American soldiers, they gotta have a huge footprint. That's like a small city. Are you saying that they're there to engage in conflict with your people, or someone else?
Well, we were told, because they're in the army barracks, we were told that they are there to train our army. Remember what happened is that last year, not last year, a couple of years ago, the leader that tried to change the system was taken out. I think you know him as Jacob Zuma. You know him as a corrupt leader, and the mainstream media would have portrayed him that way at that time, or even now. So he's one of the guys that was Mandela's intelligence personnel, who was the chief intelligence officer. He knows all the secrets, and he knows how to fight the system. So when he became president, he wanted to change everything. So the media took him out. Basically, even white people went on the streets and demonstrated, and some of our people were misled and ended up demonstrating against him and took him out. What he wanted to do was change the system that's currently there. The apartheid system is still there, by the way, and because the security system is there, the CIA, the Mossad, the MI6, they are all operating there in South Africa. So a lot of things are still American-based or British-based. So when you say the footprint, it's because they just easily infuse into the system or stay in Cape Town, or they just go as civilians, but there's a lot of training going on. And how they do this is, my understanding is that they bring in immigrants to train, okay? So there's a lot of immigration into South Africa, which is similar to what happens in America. So now when you bring in immigration, or immigrants rather, you're bringing in people who don't have a patriotic mindset to that particular country. So they can easily be diverted into an agenda
that doesn't. So I totally understand when you're complaining, or when people complain in America about people that are not on code. I'm not saying we should start. I think there's just a better way sometimes of communicating that message, or how we should tackle it, and maybe educate people that this is what's going on, or this is what's going on. So if you do this, this is how we are all going to be fighting each other. So the people that came in are being trained for something. I don't know what it is, but it is said that it's just a military training. But South Africa is a BRICS country. The BRICS, the S at the end is South Africa, as you know. The current leader is a puppet. He used to be Mandela's kind of apprentice at the time. He was supposed to be the president back then, but the ANC kicked him out because he was never in the party structures. So he's allowed things to be reversed back. The previous president was also taken out because he wanted to change things. He had done a bit to change a lot, and this is how BRICS. This is how we joined BRICS. Actually, this is how we formed or aligned with Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. That's what BRICS means. So now the effort was to reverse all those changes and westernize it again, or keep it Western. So basically, in Africa, what we're fighting is who should control us. That's most of the struggle we have to go through before we attain our own independence. If for us to fight America or Western world, we have to have the ammunition, and we don't manufacture arms here. So to do that, we ask for help of ammunition to fight. This is how we got. This is how the whole of Africa got their independence. They had to ask for help from a country willing to give them ammunition, and there's only one or two countries who can do that against America, and that is Russia and China.
Wow.
China wasn't there before. It wasn't in the mix before. At that point, it was Russia, and Russia did help us during that time, and they even sent Cubans to assist in the fighting, and that's how America agreed to sit on the table in the 90s.
Hey, so you think that right now what you're saying is you need Russia and China to weaponize you against the United States, essentially?
No, it's not. The intention wasn't to weaponize. There's this finance system. I know you guys know about this. The fractional reserve banking, which is controlled by a group or private group. For instance, what happened to Zimbabwe is when Mugabe decided to take land, he was put into. They applied sanctions. Basically, they cut off the air supply. This the finance system is your oxygen, really, to start to run an economy. So if you are taken out of that system, it's a way of regime change, because your people are going to start starving and they're going to start demonstrating against you. That's the system where they do it to also force a government to sell their gold and diamonds or in the black market, which is a forced sale value. Basically, they are auctioning assets. So it's either you keep them in a perpetual war or you apply sanctions. When you apply sanctions, they have to sell oil or diamonds or gold at a very low value. So what we have in Zimbabwe, for instance, is agents from the Western world who are there buying gold and diamonds at a very cheap price, because the government is not allowed to sell on the open market. So they call them blood diamonds, because you are under sanctions. If you sell, you're not allowed to sell. So they can only sell to these mercenaries who are sent by the governments, the Western governments, to buy that oil, or diamonds,
these foreign countries are
or gold
fucking at the
a very
mercy.
cheap
They're
price,
living
and then
at the
it's
mercy,
melted into
at the whim of these
open
white
markets,
motherfuckers on
and
this planet.
nothing
This is the shit that
changes.
people don't understand.
So because when you apply sanctions, the leaders
people really don't
they
understand
always go
how
in other
fucked up
places
it is
and
on
they
this
have their
planet.
own lives. So it's the people that are suffering. So same thing.
That reminds me of that
planet,
movie. What was it called? When they was out there in Africa with them diamonds and stuff, and that dude found that big ass diamond. What was that called? It was
that was about Liberia.
Blood Diamonds.
Yeah.
Blood Diamonds.
Yeah, that movie.
Yeah. The thing is,
that was a good ass movie, by the way.
Yeah, I think it's the thing. Some of those movies, they tell the truth, but when they do what they call propaganda on the system. Like when you watch any movie like Shaka Zulu or whatever, they're gonna tell you 80% truth, and then they divert to their agenda or storyline that they really wanted to put out there. So sometimes you will know that the governments are corrupt, but actually what they won't tell you is that it is the Western governments that are.
Black Hawk Down, that was another good movie too.
Hey, Kaba, let me ask you this. Do you think that 10,000 military troops that are in your country right now, does your country stand a chance against them at all today?
Yeah, definitely. There's not enough. We would. It's just with technology, it's totally different, and we're not in full control of the army at the moment. I was about to explain that our army our government is currently controlled by. Remember when Nelson Mandela was released, he basically they collapsed the National Party, which was the apartheid government, and infused them into the African National Party or African National Congress, which is the ANC. And so we are the mix now to keep control of the assets. The agreement was the ANC must also comprise of members of National Party. So they took over basically, and the rest of the leaders were just were bribed, and so basically the African National Congress or our current government is still an apartheid government. So when we fight, it's people fighting on the streets back again, like back in those days. It's not most of there would have to be a coup or some kind. This is how you see coups in Africa. That explains why you see a lot of coups in Africa. Is because the government is not with the people at that particular moment, and some young people decide in the army no, this is enough. We are with the people, and this is what we are taking over now. So that's the attempt, because mostly the government would have been taking sides that are against people. Sometimes the coup is funded by the Western world, but in most cases, that's how it happens.
Okay, so again, I just want clarity on the 10,000 soldiers in your country. Could they take over your country if that was their mission?
No, not as 10,000.
It got to be a million. Look, South Africa, I believe, can beat Iraq or can even compare with Iran. You need at least 1 million.
Yeah, you need more, but I think the Western world tends to use technology a lot. So there would be, for instance, in Botswana, which is across, the last president that was there is a CIA trained, was CIA trained. He is also a mulatto who allowed America to have an army base there. And in Zambia, they've just installed, America has just installed one of the cabal, basically. let me put it this way. When I say America, sometimes I'm talking about they've installed another puppet who has allowed an American base there. Okay, so when you say 10,000, you're thinking 10,000 in our country, but they don't have to be in our country. They can be next door, and that's how America works. It's got army bases everywhere. You Google that, you see how many army bases are all over the world.
Yeah, absolutely.
American army bases.
Right. Yeah. I think there's up to 30 in Africa right now. So when I say 10,000, I'm obviously I'm talking ground troops, but I'm talking about with naval and air support. I mean,
but there's Botswana just across, which has an American base. So there's more people there. There's more army equipment and personnel in Botswana, which is another country.
Botswana is a different country.
Yeah.
And so you're saying they would come to your aid, to your defense?
No, I'm saying if the American, if there was going to be anything, a war with the 10,000, it's not just going to be 10,000 American troops. It's going to include the other Americans who are right next door.
Yeah, of course. Oh, okay, yeah. Obviously that. I'm just saying, what I'm trying to get to is South Africa capable of defending itself?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Hey, Black. Look, South Africa is the most powerful nation in Africa.
Oh,
they can beat Nigeria. I believe they can beat Egypt, Ethiopia. Look, South Africa, they got fighter planes. They have ships. They matter of fact, well, I remember back in 1994, South Africa actually had nuclear weapons back in those days. But under the agreement with Nelson Mandela becoming president, they had to get rid of those nuclear weapons.
That is bullshit.
Yes, that's true.
So that was when it was under a white regime. They had nuclear weapons.
Yes.
But then when a black African gets control, they have to get rid of the weapons.
Yeah, because that was going to be the first nuclear power under a black rule.
Wow.
You know, the reason why we don't have a voice in the world is because we can't do anything about it. If we're to get into a fight, we don't have the ultimate arsenal to fight.
Wow.
That's how we're losing this war. So, as most black people, I always say in my conversations that most of the times as black people, we're kept in these slave wars where we are just fighting each other, or tribal wars, or creating different types of tribes and fighting each other and saying, I'm the better tribe than the other. But when we start engaging into a supremacy war where we want to take over stuff, these are things that we'll have to worry about, where we say, okay, should this get to the ultimate fight? I've got as much arsenal as you have, so let's take it to wherever you want us to take it to. And because we don't have we're the only race without nuclear, basically. That's why.
Wow.
So that's why they took it down.
Wow.
Because it was going to give black people a voice around the world. Because at some point, if we are black,
every other
we
race
see black
on the
people
planet
being abused elsewhere. We, as a nuclear
the
powerhouse,
Africans
we will also
and the
say, hey, can you guys stop doing what you're doing over there to our people or people that look like us? Because we also have as much firepower as you have. Because it doesn't take much really, to have nuclear. If you need a few nuclear warheads, and that's it.
Right.
So that whole idea or technology was taken out so that we don't, I suppose, also we to stop us from learning about it, because you need technicians and from universities to be there learning about what nuclear, how to run the plant. So that whole process was really to stop even the education about the systems that give us power.
Wow.
So there we go.
a black. When I talk about a black nation, right?
Wow.
I always include nuclear weapons because I do believe that there's no true black nation if you don't have nuclear weapons.
Crazy, man.
Yeah. I mean, you got to have it. That's the only way you can. That's the only way you can compete with countries like China, Russia, United States, France, Great Britain. All those countries have nuclear weapons.
Yeah, that's true. So I'm gonna leave now and suggest maybe when you guys are arranging your it would be nice to this conversation is good when we have conversations like this and if we encourage such conversations. I mean, we do have states in America that have nuclear plants. I mean, at some point you also have to think about such things and say, we must win this state as black people and go and occupy that space and then own all that stuff, you know?
Absolutely.
And
That's
then
what we're talking
you can
about.
trade with
That's what we're
Africa
here for, Chief.
as a nuclear powerhouse.
That's what we're here for. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. That's what we're here for. That's what we're all here for.
Yeah,
No
but you must, because you have the federal law, which means you can change your laws within the state and make your own laws that suit you.
Right. Yeah.
So you don't have to own America. You only have to own a state.
Absolutely. That's what we're here for. No question.
Yeah. All right.
Look, but he's from another country and he understands that.
You know, it's because that we're under the veil. We're under the veil. We're under the veil of miseducation and misinformation. And so it's clear to everyone else, but it's not clear to us, unfortunately. But we're getting there. We're moving.
Yeah, I think you are.
I think it's clear. It's just that, trying to get people to leave where they're at and to, move into a majority state, that's probably going to be the difficult part is the moving part.
Yeah, I think you don't have to move to Africa, you or something like that. I mean, moving to Africa is really about trade.
We mean like in the United States.
Yeah, you already have.
That's almost like 4,000 something miles away.
Yeah, I know. That's not practical. What I'm saying is, you already control certain states. I've seen in the American elections, you already have some power. I mean, like it is estimated that your economy as the black race is equivalent to most European countries.
Yeah.
So if you consolidate that into a state or two, you become a superpower. You become a superpower.
Yeah, they don't understand it, but we're gonna get there.
That's what
We're gonna get them. We're gonna get it.
It could be.
We're gonna get there.
Have you been following me for a while? I think I see you around. Have you?
No, I just Black knows. I mean, I've listened to many of you many times because, as I said, I know that the foreign policy of any president that you install over there decides on our future. And while you wait for us to come over there to affect you, you don't have to move from America to affect us. So it's within my interest to listen to your mindset.
Yeah,
that's excellent.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely appreciate it. Oh man, we lost Nemobi.
Right.
I'm gonna try to get Nemobi up here. She dropped out. Yeah, so what that tells me, man, that was a really good conversation. I learned so much. And South Africans of all of the African diaspora have a similar experience, and if any of those people have understanding, obviously it's not going to be identical because they didn't go through the identical issues that we went through, but apartheid is very, very relatable to what we went through in this country. And so that's why oftentimes you see them being accused of xenophobia because they don't want other Africans coming into their country, selling drugs, doing a whole bunch of mischief, raping women, etc. And so they tend to be a little more easily to align with, just in terms of their mind state. So that was just a lot of really just a wealth of information. To me, it says number one, a foreign country is at the mercy of the United States of America and NATO, and or now that they're creating this whole other axis of evil, if you, because that's how America's going to paint it, Russia, China, etc. um so being in America as Americans, nobody wants to leave. Those who want to leave, feel free to catch a flight. Everyone else that's going to stay, it is to our greatest advantage to concentrate. And that's all we've been saying. That's all like American Homeland has been saying for a decade. That's all I've been saying for 5 years now. We gotta pull it together to gain control over these authorities. Um, just really for the protection, empowerment, and prosperity of our people. And then once we get a solid footing, then we could branch out within the U.S. foreign policy to, trade and assist and things of that nature. But I said this in the last space, we cannot interfere in U.S. foreign policy. Our senators and our U.S. reps will have the ability to do what they do in that arena. But, it's like the U.S. has a policy and it aligns with all these other countries. And so we can push back.
Hey, Block, can I tell you this?
We can
Block,
push back.
Let me tell you
We
this.
can push back. But we cannot dictate U.S. foreign policy. Just so everybody in here understands that we're not going to be able to change U.S. foreign policy. It's just not.
No, but look, this is what I know, Black. When I was living in Australia or living in Southeast Asia, right? There's a couple of states that have more say in these Southeast Asian countries than the federal government. That's the state of California. Okay. California has a lot of power in Southeast Asia. They a lot of their state government officials, they go to Japan, they go to China, they go to Hong Kong, Singapore, Indonesia, and they do trade missions or trade.
To your point, California negotiates its own trade deals because they have the 5th largest economy on the planet. The number one economy in the country.
Any state can go to another country and build trade relations with that country.
Trade is different than foreign policy. I'm talking about military, national security, foreign policy. Those are two different conversations.
No, right. Yeah, I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about foreign military. I'm just talking about that a state can build trade relations, can build tourism relations, can build education,
I agree.
Technology transfer,
all the good stuff.
Can deal with all those type of relations with foreign government, but not not military or what's another one? There could be some type of social relation between a black state and a African country, or
sister cities,
a super majority black state and Jamaica or the Colombia or something like that. But not I mean, it could be a relationship, but it's not a foreign policy type of relationship. But it is, in a way, a foreign policy. Look, I'm trying to figure out how to explain this. There's some gray areas what a state can do with its own foreign policy. A state can have their own agendas and interests that they have that they can convey to another foreign country. Yeah, 'cause I see it all the time. I see representatives from other states that come to, Philippines or Australia or Japan or Korea. It's not just the federal government; it's also state officials as well. I've seen it all the time.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. Those are allies of the United States that the U.S. has favorable, friendly trade agreements with. But you're not going to see an American representative in North Korea or Iran making trade deals because that goes against U.S. military foreign policy. So that's the distinction, and I kind of wanted the guy Kamba to understand that. So when we are voting, and even when we have majority states and we have U.S. senators and U.S. reps, they have the ability to vote in Congress. That's all well and fine. However, we're not going to have a majority in Congress. We're not going to have a majority in the Senate or in the House of Reps. So we can put up protest votes, quote unquote, if the United States decides they want to go to war. But we're not going to be able to control what the federal government does outside of the United States because that is the federal authority.
Okay. All right, Black. I think you are Black. It's not controlling, right? Okay. The federal government can have its interest in the agenda, what they have with another country, but the states can also have their own interests and agendas that's in another country as well. Look, the senators, there are 100 senators. Each state has 2, right? Not only does a senator represent the federal government, but the senator also represent their state. So that means that a senator can have 2 alliances, or what's that word I'm trying to say? A senator can have 2 different agendas that that have to do with the federal government and its own state. And I will believe that a senator will have a state. What's that one I'm trying to say? The senator, the state is more applicable to a senator than to the federal government. I think a senator will. Well, the state government. I don't know how to say this, but the senator would its interest is in state policy more than the federal government, because the senator has interest in his own state.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I hear you, but I don't think that's.
Can you clean
what's
that up
happening today?
I can.
Yeah, let me ask you this. So let's agree on an enemy of the United States. What country would you agree is an enemy of the United States?
Enemy.
Yes.
Well, see, I don't look at that as enemies, right? I look at, I'm a businessman. I look at things as a business, right? Even your enemy can be your business partner. I don't look at it as an enemy thing. I've been to many countries. I've been to countries where America, it's an enemy of America, but I'm gonna go to that country. I can do business in that country.
Let me ask you this: does the United States do any business in Iran or North Korea?
America does. Well, I'm gonna tell you this: the biggest enemy of America is China, and America has a lot of business in China.
It is
trillions of dollars in China.
So here's the thing about China. China is only what China is because it has essentially been the manufacturing base for the United States of America.
Correct.
So I'm not looking at them as an enemy from that perspective. I'm saying militarily, is there any business that America does in North Korea or Iran?
But tell me who supports North Korea? Who's supporting North Korea?
China and Russia and
Right, China. China is supporting North Korea. So
I know, but that
America
I don't know. This is getting
is not going to attack North Korea because China is there.
We're not talking about attacking. We're not talking about attacking North Korea. We're talking about we're talking about a U.S. senator or a governor going to a foreign country that the United States has sanctions on, does not do business with, and is not going to co-sign setting up trade agreements with. And I'm pointing to two countries that I'm pretty sure do not have U.S. businesses operating within them because they're essentially dictatorships.
Right. Look, there's only 3 countries where the United States has sanctions, and those are North Korea, Iran, and Cuba. That's the only 3 countries.
Okay, so it would probably be unlikely that a state or senator would travel to now Cuba's a whole different ball of wax.
Yeah, but yeah, I'm not saying that. Look, like if it's federal policy that no company or government can do business with Iran, then of course the state has to follow that wish of the federal government, and they can't do business with a supermajority black state can't do business with Iran. But yeah, I understand that part. But the thing is, any country that is not not sanctioned by the United States, any state can do any type of trade or tourist or educational technology transfer relations with that country.
If it'll let me talk.
I see many states, especially California.
Yep. Okay, awesome. Yeah, I agree with that wholeheartedly. I was just trying to make that distinction, especially for the gentleman from South Africa, just so he understands that even though, yes, we will establish black majority states, however, that is, the states are not going to dictate to the federal government what their foreign policy is, especially in terms of their military policy. So if they got military bases somewhere in Africa, a black majority state is going to have very little influence over that decision.
I disagree. Look, a state, let's say a supermajority black state. This is what I have in my book. The supermajority black states, or several states, right? We can become a observer within the African Union, right? So that means that we will have direct relationship with African countries. And with that type of relationship, then we can influence the federal government, like say, hey, look, I don't think we should have all these military bases in Africa. We could have some influence like that. Or vice versa, the federal government can say, hey, okay, you are part of the you are observer in the African Union. We want you to do this and do that. So I believe it can go both ways. But yeah, I think we could have a state could have some say. And see, look, you gotta understand, right? The federal government is the 50 states. The 50 states is the federal government. Who runs the government? The government is run by senators from the 50 states. are run by congressmen from all the 50 states. So not
please let
only
me talk, bro. Let me talk. Okay. All right. Okay. No, the button sticky. So let me throw this in there for everybody.
Go ahead, Bob.
While what you're saying may be possible, it's none of my concern. I just want to leave it at that. It's none of my concern. The federal government and especially military policy is a continual line.
Head out. Peace out.
Okay, it's a continual line of unelected.
Good discussion, company.
What the fuck, bro? Did the mic cut me off? Holy man. Okay. So I was saying that I agree with what you're saying, that may be possible. It may be possible. However, for Black America gaining this authority, our focus, I mean, for at least a century, to be quite honest, needs to be on Black America. And Black America alone. Like, our agenda needs to be Black American centered, focused, period, the end. If there is the opportunity to intervene in some other country and our senators can do a protest vote, I'm cool with that. I would be okay with that. But I would not commit to monitoring, babysitting, watching over some other foreign country. And here's the reason why. Here's the reason why. There are unelected. But yeah, you keep talking about business, but we're talking about I'm talking about military action in these countries. And so everything that the US does in foreign countries, there's a business element and then there's a military component. They go hand in hand. They're not separate from each other. So outside of China and Russia, where there were some American businesses, because those are the superpowers that we're in, which we can't push around and dictate to, in North Korea and Iran. Okay. Everywhere else, you're dealing with strategic movements that have military implications every single time. There's military implications. So I wouldn't want to get immersed in that. And again, the reason is you have lifelong career unelected people in multiple parts of the government, CIA, FBI, the Pentagon, that really dictates America's foreign policy, which is why it never really changes, no matter who's the president, because they have these career people who make sure there's a continuation of foreign policy. The president may get in there, his team, they want to focus on this particular area of the planet. Okay, so they gear things towards that, but they already got all these plans laid out. They already know exactly what they want to do in every part of the planet, and they're looking for the opportunity to implement those plans. And for me, my goal is protection, prosperity, and empowerment of Black Americans. It's not to intervene in foreign countries. If there's a genocide taking place and America's responsible for it, that's a whole different conversation. But if it's just them essentially playing chess around the planet and moving pieces around the board, I personally don't want to be involved in any of that on that level, to where you're being an obstructionist or intervening in their business in that way, because it's not going to benefit us. And if anything, to be quite honest, it's going to cause us harm at some point in that process. So,
right. Look, okay. I don't think a supermajority Black state should be involved in regime change in any country.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about regime change. I'm not talking about any wars, right? Well, yeah, that is the federal government. Only thing I'm talking about is business, education, tourism, social type of thing, technology transfer. That's the only thing I'm talking about. I'm staying away from now. When you mention military, now a lot of times businesses or corporations, they need the military because the military, they look after America's interests in those countries, and so a corporation would want a American military, and in that country that they're doing business in. But other than that, yeah, I'm not talking about regime change or babysitting Nigeria. I'm not saying anything about that. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh boy. Okay, here we go. Can I talk now? Okay. Oh, damn it. Okay, so yeah, no, I agree with you, and I'm actually typing on YouTube because we got some people over there. Yeah, so because this just popped in my head, most of these recent conflicts aren't even done through voting in Congress. They're actually, most of them have been like executive orders where the president has the power to protect the nation. And so just like in Syria and these Iran drones or whatever, he ordered an attack. He didn't have to go to Congress to do that. The money that they're funneling to Ukraine, some of that is coming through executive orders. Some of it may be being voted on in packages or whatever the case may be. But there is this foreign budget that the president can utilize, and he has the ability to do strikes here, there, whatever. You know what I'm saying? So if it's something that's considered small, I guess, and I'm sure it's big for the people who face the wrath of U.S. military might. But if it's considered a small skirmish or something like that, the president can just give the green light, essentially, for an attack somewhere around the planet. So there's a lot of that stuff that you're not even going to have a chance to vote on or obstruct anyway. You know what I'm saying? But if it was, we're going to war, and they need to actually go to Congress to get the votes because we're going to war, quite honestly, that's probably looking like a very serious situation in which our citizens, our military personnel are likely headed to conflict, to be quite honest. So it just kind of is what it is.
Right. Hey, look, I got a really good example. There was this warlord in Angola. I can't think of his name. He was a leader of the UNITA. I think we call it UNITA. Anyway, right? What he did, he needed money and military arms from the United States. And what he did was he befriended some senators, right? And these senators became his we call the middleman. The senators became the middlemen of this warlord getting military arms from the United States. And look, America gave this guy $600 million to fight the Angola government. So. But the thing is, he knew that he had to go through some senator to get this support from the United States.
Oh yeah, that senator was doing too much. Man, he was doing way too much.
The senator, look, when it comes to with the military industrial complex, right? They will support anybody where they can make money. They support anybody. They don't care. They don't care if you win. They don't care who you kill. They don't give a hoot. Only thing they want to do is make money. So they'll sell to anybody.
Yeah, I'm having issues with this button. So yeah, I would hope to God our senators are not trying to play those games, man, because again, people get hurt, people get killed. I really just want to be focused on protecting and caring for people here in this country. Our people here in this country.
Once we take over several states, right? you're going to have a lot of power. I mean, the more power you have, the more responsibility you have, right? And it's going to be our responsibility to answer or assume responsibility around the world. Around the world, the more power, the ability for you to protect yourself in your own country, right? Because now you got alliance all over the world, and when you have alliance all over the world, and you're a dependable alliance, then people in other countries will support you. So look, man, if we have power, we're gonna have more. We're gonna have responsibility. That's what power is all about. You know, it's not just about taking care of yourself. We are also responsible for other people as well, and that's very important. I mean, that's what I know about living outside the country. People respect you.
Let's see if it'll let my mic turn on. See if my mic will turn on. See if my mic will turn on. Oh, no, it kicked me out. Kicked me out. See if the space is still up and running. Oh, here we go. See if it's up. See if it's up. See if I can get in. Okay, I'm gonna have to switch mics. Oh, this thing has been making that noise all the time. Okay, let's see. Okay, I've had to switch mics. Space kicked me out. Yeah, I hear what you're saying, but it sounds like you're speaking from the viewpoint of a person who is in control of a country and not a state within a country. And so for me, again, you develop trade and you do all of those things and you help the people that you can through mutual trade so that there's a mutual benefit, but the benefit has to always be to Black America. We're not a charitable people. We've been giving away everything for 500 years to everybody else. We need time to focus on ourselves, to build up ourselves, to care for each other, to care for our own people. And then at some point in the very far off distant future, if we're in a position where we can actually help other people and our great grandchildren decide that that's something that they want to do, I'm not going to be here around for that. So God bless them. But they have to do it under the bounds of the U.S. Constitution and the federal government when it comes to foreign countries. It's not just you can unilaterally decide that you're going to go into Haiti and help the situation that's going on in Haiti, because there are protocols and lines of command that are in place. No matter how much you may want to help these other people, you can't do it quite literally without authorization from the State Department and the administration and control and the Pentagon, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So,
you getting international and foreign relations. Okay, all right. Let's say you're the state of Florida, right? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you.
Mm-hmm. Okay, let's say you're the state of Florida, right? Okay, let's say the governor of Florida, he want to go into Haiti and help build houses and maybe help build a power plant there. And so the governor of Florida decided to set aside $10 million or $20 million to build a electrical power
Why would we do that?
in Haiti, or
Why would we
build
do
homes
that?
or build schools or whatever like that. Florida, the governor of Florida has all the right to do what he want to do, and he does not have to go through the State Department. He does not have to go through the Pentagon to do any of that. Now, if the governor of Florida want to declare war on Haiti, or he want to send the state defense force, a Florida state defense force to Haiti, now that's out of his bounds. He can't do that because the governor does not have the power to declare war on another country.
Okay.
Man, look,
so my question is this: why would we want to take resources away from our own people? $10 million? Holy shit! Why would we want to take resources from our own people and give them to other people?
Okay.
Why would we do that?
Let me give you an example. Okay. All right. Let's say Zaire. Zaire has a lot of natural resources, right? But the thing is, they don't have the capacity to build their to do anything with their natural resources. Okay, so let's say the state of Georgia goes to Zaire and say, okay, you need $50 million. Okay, we will give you $50 million, but you will give us the rights to mine your lithium, your this, your gold, your diamonds, and all this stuff. And the Zaire government said, well, okay, well, you'll give me $50 million if we give you the right to mine all these minerals in our country. Yeah, sure. They'll sign right there. That's what I'm saying. Look, the thing is, we're not getting money for free. Look, I'm a businessman, and if I do something, it's like a reciprocal type of thing. If I do something for somebody, I'm expecting to get some type of, something back. And that's how it works on the international stage.
Okay. Yeah. That sounds like trade. That sounds like mutual trade, which I'm okay with mutual trade. I'm not just going to give people resources and wealth that, I can use to help the people that are here. But I show, like, if you have any examples of this, that, any examples of a state unilaterally going and performing foreign aid in another country, if I mean, not right now, obviously, but at any time during the week, definitely send me that information. I've seen California negotiate deals that were the federal government tried to intervene. I think they went to the Supreme Court and they were given somewhat of an okay in terms of that case that I remember reading about. So I know that they have this ability, but they're the largest economy in the country and the fifth largest economy on the planet. So it kind of makes sense that they have that weight.
I got a good example. I remember back in the early 2000s where it was a education department in California, right? And what they did was they gave hundreds of computers to this school district in the Philippines. I mean, it's just little things like that. And I don't think the governor of California even had any say behind that. It was just a school system in California that decided to raise money and to give 100 computers to a school system in the Philippines. I mean, just simple stuff like that. They can do things like that. That's what I'm talking about. I got hundreds of different examples of just simple things like that. Helping schools, build better schools. Help them get Wi-Fi in their schools. There's so many different examples of a state government and other government entities and agencies helping other countries, especially in Mexico, the tourism trade. Oh my gosh! I mean, they companies in California, they help the Philippines build their tourism and things like that because they know that Americans are coming to the Philippines. And there's so many examples. So I'm not talking out of my butt, man. I actually seen these things. So but when it comes to military stuff, when it comes to military, the state government is not going to touch anything like that, anything military. But yeah, that's the role of the federal government, the military.
Okay, let's go with DJ.
What's good, everybody? Everybody feeling Black State up. So I was just going to say, all on your social phone, bro, come back up in 60 seconds and share work again. But just to speak to the room, I agree with everybody saying, and I understand what you're saying to Black America homeland. Like, yeah, we could go, speak to these other countries or whatever and try to do some business with them or whatever the case be. So I'm always looking at farmland stuff. And over in Africa, right, just about every country got the same problem. They got the land, they got the resources, pineapples, apples, bananas, whatever you want, you know what I mean? But guess what? It winds up going bad. There's no farmers, no laborers or whatever to pluck the fruits, to tend to the land. So it's really simple shit, you know what I mean? And I think you're right. We don't really need any type of state legislation to go over there or whatever the case be, rather South America or Africa. But I think we're also Black majority is saying we can't be doing it out the goodness of our heart either because, something got to come back to it. So what I always say, hey, look, if we're able to go over there and process and till the land, we can obviously export 50% of the work. You know what I mean? So I think that'll be fair. You know what I'm saying? And export whatever it is they gonna need to another part of the world. It wouldn't matter where it be. But as long as Black America get 50% of the does, hey, it's all great. You wouldn't even have to kick us back now because that'll be the money. You know what I mean?
Right. Hey, DJ, that one area I wasn't able to think of, agriculture. American government agencies, they go to, they go to other countries to teach them how to do sufficient farming and help them with tractors and things like that. Because a lot of these poor countries, they still using they're using taxis.
I know. Yeah, like 1950 John Deere's, old Ford 1930 wagons that still kicking to this day, man. All you gotta do is change the oil. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's just little simple things like that. Me myself, I can go to America, do things, and come back to the Philippines and help Philippines out in different ways. Everybody has that opportunity to do anything they would want to do, as long as you don't, of course, I can't sell arms to the Philippine government. I can't do that. I can't sell arms to, it's illegal for a private American citizen to sell arms to a African government, unless you're a private company and you have the right to sell arms, then you can sell arms to, any country. But look, a lot of Americans, what they do is they'll go to a convention in Arizona or Texas. They buy guns and then they'll take the guns over to Mexico. And then you got the Mexican mafia that buy the weapons off the private citizens. So it's being done, but that's very risky, but it's being done.
Oh yeah, I'll definitely be keeping that out. So
no, I don't want you to get involved with that, man.
Oh no, not me. Put me with the food and the weed. Hey, so was you in the Philippines when what is it, former President Duterte? He was killing them drug dealers, yo, over like weed and just regular shit?
Yeah, I've been living in the Philippines for over 24 years.
Uh-huh. Well, so that's a part of agriculture at this point over here in America, growing cannabis. So that's a part of the food production. And Trump federally legalized hemp. So now that you think about it, that's what we should be doing over here, growing that goddamn hemp and exporting it to the other parts of the land because they be needing that shit. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Now, when it comes to hemp, marijuana being legal, really, America is really the only country where hemp is legal. I mean, well, it's not the whole country. We got several states. So, yeah, that's gonna be a tough one, right? Oh, do you think? I thought at one time that what's his name? The president, he was gonna legalize marijuana, but I don't know if he's going to do it during his first term. What do you think?
You talking about Jim Biden?
Yeah.
No, that cracker neck ain't doing nothing. Matter of fact, I don't even think that's him. I think that's another agent, Mr. Smith or something. Yo, cosplaying as Biden. You know what I'm saying? That Joker in the Matrix, or maybe we're in the Matrix. I don't know. Understand? But that Joker ain't in control of his own shit. So turn it off, man. All right, he ain't gonna never federally legalize that. You know what I mean?
Who's talking?
Yeah, that's the other phone majority, or somebody's phone. Going BBB.
That ain't me.
Somebody getting a text or something?
No, who is that? That's not me. Where is that coming from? Can you hear me?
Hey, Black America only, and that's you, Mr. Mike. I guess that was her. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it could be because I'm sitting. Yeah, I don't know. That's crazy. Let me go to the Jumbotron. Oh man, this is a young black woman, started a business. I think she's in the hair care industry. She got a sociopathic, racist ass neighbor, and it looks like I don't know. She's got this little school bus.
I got the janky mic right now, man.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Damn it, man.
I'm muted it.
Oh man. Okay, because every time, I switch this phone, switch back to the other phone, and it's the same shit. Okay, let me try to do the switch again. 1 second. I got a request and everything because I got kicked out. That's right, I did. I got kicked from space. I don't even know what fucking phone I'm on anymore. You know what? Is this sounding decent? Because I don't even know what phone I'm on anymore.
Same thing, bro.
Is it really? Damn it. Okay, let me remove from co-hosts. See if that'll help. Cause my other thing was in the Matrix. Okay, there it goes and back up. It looks like
all in one in there fully. The social account, I guess that's one on the Matrix.
Okay.
It's fully all in one and trying to come back up with Twitter. Like what about Twitter? Get on the mic. Try to close out Twitter first on the.
Man, I hear you, but that ain't going to happen.
Just close it out, or minimize the screen.
I hear you.
Go to the all-in-one and just boost it up and just go through the steps of it. But come back up on Twitter within 60 seconds. Otherwise, they'll close the space out.
Yeah, is this better?
Yeah, much better. Damn.
Okay. I think it's just after a certain amount of time, for whatever reason, these mics do what they do. But yeah, I was talking about this black woman. She's in youngish in comparison to me at least. But she got this psychopathic, racist neighbor who either he did or someone else did. They knocked out the windows in this little bus. They wrote all types of slurs all across it. I don't know if she's actually in the school business though. I thought I saw a report that she does hair care or something like that. So yeah, it says hairstylist and Angel Pittman spent years saving up enough money to purchase land and school buses to start her own mobile hair salon. So that's what it is. This is in Salisbury, North Carolina. A sundown town. Oh shit. So I don't know why she's living in a sundown town, and that just all of that sounds crazy. But at any rate, she worked hard, did all the right things in America that they say if you just work hard, do all the right things, don't get in trouble, blah blah blah, have a great life. And unfortunately, she's being terrorized by these sociopaths. So I think Mr. Crump is at least posting the story. I'm not sure if he's involved in it yet, but he is at least highlighting her issue. She's a pretty black woman too, so that sucks. Let's see what else we got up here. Okay. Oh, I can't say this word because this might be one of the words that triggered the first space collapse. But there is this movement afoot, Miss Tansy Flakes. If you care to look at that, it's the second from the left in the Jumbotron. If you want to look into that, because that is the new thing that everybody's talking about. And then the OMB. A lot of people were talking about the OMB a week ago because they had all these different phone call-in sessions. Well, this thing is still active for the written response. I think April 12th is the last day. I think in this post I put the 10th just to be sure that your written response does get at least submitted properly. But the website is here, the link is there, and you can type something in there or you can just copy and paste, which is what I did. At this point, there were 8,000 comments. I think the comments are growing, So if you haven't had a chance to put in a comment, definitely take the opportunity to get your comment into the OMB. And by the way, while I was looking at that website, I talked about this in my book, but it's coming up again. And I don't think anybody's talking about it, but there's this multiracial category. Back when I wrote the book, it was called mixed race, but they're wanting to create this multiracial, multinational, whatever category. And when I wrote the book, I felt like it would really siphon off numbers from Black America, from the Black American population, and would therefore cause some financial harm to Black America. But, the more that I think about it and the more that I've thought about it, I think as long as Black Americans are being very clear about who they are under the designations and classifications that they hopefully get right, as long as we're clicking, Black American, Black American descendant, and all the other historical designations, we should be identified properly. And those people like Slash and Nicole Richie, trying to think of some famous people that kind of have morphed into whiteness. People like that. Stacey Dash. Stacey Dash. Yeah. But that's the sister of Dame Dash, so it's hard for me to make that leap. I know she's a wacko. Meghan Markle. Oh, Meghan, oh man, that's a beautiful woman. Yeah, but yeah, you're right.
We got a princess in the families, you know what I'm saying?
I mean, she could probably click it. she might have, you know, ain't no telling. She might have selected multiracial or whatever back in her time.
I got one more for you. Rachel Dolezal, yeah.
Oh my God. What about the chick that was over in some Muslim country pretending to be a Muslim or something? Her parents outed her as being a white chick.
Oh, damn, I forgot. Yeah, damn. No, always pick on Rachel as she the most famous one.
She's still making the rounds. I saw her in a picture at some state house or it was some event where they were taking pictures with her. So I know she had an OnlyFans. That was the last thing I heard about her, but looks like she's back into politics.
Mia Khalifa. Mia Khalifa, you know what I'm saying? But damn, though. That's somebody else. Damn. I know what you're talking about, so I can't think of the story though. No.
Yeah, that chick, man, she was wow. She had on that tanner, you know what I mean? Probably the wipe on tanner or spray on tanner, whatever. And yeah, her parents is like, no, she's white. Like, damn. I think she lost her job or position or whatever. You know, telling. It's so weird that it seems like white women, especially when it comes to these political situations, like to center themselves in other ethnicities. They like they're transracial. I think that was the term she used. So they like to transracialize themselves and then put themselves in a position of authority over the actual real people who are suffering under racism in all these situations. And it's just so bizarre. It should be criminal. They should be prosecuted. It's a fraud. It's deception. You know, until we get control, we won't be able to prosecute these people. But I believe they should be prosecuted.
Oh yeah, 100%. Especially if you bad at cosplaying Black Americans. You know what I'm saying? You know, we take this acting shit very seriously. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Samuel L. Jackson. You know what I'm saying? No, on that one.
Black American Homeland, you still up? You still with us? He might be in the Matrix. I'm dropping down, see if he can come back up. But what was you saying, DJ? You got something? You got a video or something?
No, I ain't got nothing, but if you want me to find something, I'll go look for it. I am the DJ. Hold on 1 second. Be right back, son.
That's what's up. Yeah, let me see if I can drop Black American down. He might be in the Matrix. Caught up. Like to speak. See if we can get him back up here. Whew. So yeah, Twitter doing what it does.
Yeah, he dropped down or whatever, but check this video out right here, though. And I already kind of knew this one was coming, though, but listen to it.
And stuck in Miami for the return of the Ultra Music Festival. Local leaders working to control those crowds, trying to keep it. And stuck in Miami for the return of the Ultra Music Festival. Local leaders working to control those crowds, trying to keep everybody safe. Dozens of FHP troopers have also already been deployed to help curb any chaos that might happen from spring break as well.
Yeah, and we have local 10's Trent Kelly. He's in live in Miami all weekend, all day long, all morning long, with just talking about how busy things are there, Trent. I know that in just a few hours, people are going to start flooding Biscayne Boulevard.
Yeah, that's right. You know, you got the Miami Open going on in Miami Gardens, spring break on South Beach, and of course, the big Ultra Music Festival happening right here in downtown Miami. The biggest draw by far expected to be Ultra. We saw thousands of people flooding Bayfront Park last night. They're expected to return again in just a few hours for day number 2. All of that going on as the crackdown on South Beach continues, this time with FHP getting involved. Bayfront Park packed with tens of thousands of partiers as the beats dropped again for Ultra.
They're from the West Coast.
Everyone's from everywhere else. Like, it's so cool. But within that crowd were several police officers, some in uniform, others undercover, all in search of misbehavior. Also standing by, Miami firefighters and paramedics.
We're going to have 100 firefighters per day servicing the concert, whether it be on foot patrol or bike patrol.
Last year alone, paramedics at Ultra made about 16 hospital transports per day. This year, on night one, they evaluated some 24 people on site, with 12 being taken to the hospital, all expected to be okay. Meantime, just a few miles away, it was a show of force in South Beach. Troopers there checking IDs and trunks in an effort to keep the peace. The new DUI checkpoint near 5th and Ocean, operated by the Florida Highway Patrol. At least one man put in handcuffs Friday night as officials attempted to curb any additional spring break chaos. The deadly violence starting last week when a man was shot and killed along Ocean Drive on St. Patrick's Day. Then another man also shot to death more than 24 hours later. So far, no word of any major incidents happening overnight. And we should tell you that liquor store curfew also still in effect in South Beach, meaning those stores will have to close yet again tonight at 6 p.m. Meantime, you're looking live at one of the roadblocks out here along Biscayne Boulevard. Police already stopping traffic as they get prepared for day number 2 of Ultra. I don't know if you can hear, but we got a guy blasting Madonna over here. So already the party is getting started early. I did check the schedule just a short time ago. You got some of the first acts here taking this.
All right, enough of that one already. Yeah, so last week during spring break, right, dude just straight up walked up to somebody and just flat blasted him, bro.
Oh,
you know what I mean?
that.
They caught him or whatever the case be. So, you know, he's going to jail for the rest of his life. And then now they saying 12 more people just got hospitalized because of the Ultra Festival. So, damn, you already know that was coming. So they're about to, Florida ain't about to be the tourist chill out destination it used to be. That shit's starting to be like Atlanta back in the day with like the Greek Fest and a biking shit. You know what I'm saying? It's starting to get out off the hook. Yeah, real talk. You know what I mean? But nobody want to speak on that. Obviously, we keep it moving to another one. Let's go.
I got my wife. We got in the tub, covered our heads. By the time we did that, the storm was coming over, and all we could hear was the house breaking apart.
Damn.
Terrifying moments for people in the South after tornadoes ripped through Mississippi and Alabama. Drone video showing the amount of destruction left behind by the severe storm. Hello, and thank you for joining us. You're watching ABC7, ABC7.com, and ABC and streaming wherever you are on the ABC7 Los Angeles app. I'm Michelle Fisher.
And I'm Joy Rand. This is Eyewitness News at 10:30. More than 24 people have been killed, dozens more left injured when tornadoes tore through Mississippi and Alabama this weekend.
President Biden now pledging federal assistance for as long as it's needed. ABC's Morgan Norwood is in Jackson, Mississippi with the latest tonight.
Tonight, a deadly tornado outbreak shredding through parts of the Deep South Friday evening. A monster storm touching down about 60 miles northwest of Jackson, Mississippi. The small towns of Silver City and Rolling Fork decimated by the storm. 9-year-old Derek Brady Jr. described the terrifying moments as the tornado tore through his home.
I had to dive in a cup of take off. It was just scary. But my mom had to hold the door closed. We was all in there. I kind of felt like the tornado was just pushing me and pulling. I was scared.
That twister on the ground for more than 90 miles. ABC's Rob Marciano in Rolling Fork as the sun came up.
Now that the sun is getting higher in the sky, you're getting a real sense for just how much this town has been leveled. Some of these buildings you can't even make out. This is some sort of industrial building, completely flat.
Residents now just starting to assess the damage. Homes destroyed, trees and power lines toppled, cars and trucks tossed into piles of wreckage. Jared Brown works with Team Rubicon, a veteran-led humanitarian organization that helps in times of disaster.
They thought it lasted 30 minutes. It was 20 seconds, 20 seconds. And then you look at the aftermath, you're like, there's no way that was 18 seconds.
Tonight, we've learned 56-year-old Mary Barfield Bush, her grandmother, is among those killed in Rolling Fork. Her niece, sharing with ABC, Mary was a sweet and caring soul with a beautiful smile that lit up the room. Meanwhile, Mississippi's Governor Tate Reeves has issued a state of emergency for all the counties affected by the storms, and President Biden promising the federal government will be there as long as it takes to help with the recovery. In Jackson, Mississippi, Morgan Norwood, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
Hello, I'm Mark Brown. Get more great ABC.
Man, yeah, bless them people. 26 dead as destructive EF4 tornado tears through Mississippi. And then the dude said he only lasted 26 seconds, yo, or 18 seconds rather. So, you know, some people thought it was 30 minutes, but nah, it went through that little town that quick, yo. 30 seconds knocked over everything, leveled everything, bro. So, you know, this is a problem, man. You know, it's gonna be more than Red Cross and all these other jokers that's gonna be needed in the black state, bro. You know what I mean? If we ever were to get something like that, and we've had those type of things over here on the Northeast Coast all day long, you know what I mean? We still recovering from Hurricane Sandy here in New Jersey, man, especially South Jersey. You come up to certain parts of North Jersey, you look into like certain buildings, you can still see the watermark from when the hurricane hit. And we're talking back in 2012, bro. You know what I'm saying? Wow. So, like, that's over a decade, man. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, when the next one coming through, what that shit gonna look like? Especially the way it was over here in New York. We didn't have power over here for like 2 months. I thought we was going back into the Stone Age, bro. Real shit, yo. 2 months, bro. I don't lie.
Yeah, so you know, the hurricane brings winds and flooding, but them tornadoes,
right?
Man.
That's another ball game.
Ooh, tornadoes are vicious, man. Vicious.
Look, this is an EF4. This is an EF4, bro. That's like, hey, man, I had enough already. You hit me once, like, you know, I'm cool. You know what I mean? This thing done leveled the whole thing and killed 26 people down in Mississippi, bro. Damn. So, you know, across Mississippi, rather, I ain't gonna say, you know, just in that one little area and shit, you know what I mean? But yeah, man, you know what I mean? And this is sad though at the end of the day because 26 people are gone. You know, the one little boy that they were interviewing, I don't know if you heard him, he said he was scared as hell. You know, his mother had to hold the door while they were in the bathroom or whatever. So, you know, he said he never felt nothing like that. And he ain't no more than 10 years old, bro. You know what I mean?
Wow. Yeah.
So, you know, that he, like Brother McCool saying, you know, I can't fault you as a black person. You got PTSD. You know what I'm saying? Straight up, man. It don't matter what you said negative to me or what the hell happened yesterday. Man, we got to keep on pressing forward, bro. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I've had two experiences, one with a hurricane, other with a tornado. I was working, delivering furniture in North Carolina. They knew the hurricane was coming. They're like, okay, we're gonna deliver the furniture anyway. Had us driving to an island off the coast of North Carolina into a fucking hurricane. And I'm like, I can't, you know, I'm calling, I can't get in touch with the customer. I'm sure they were forced to evacuate, you know, all of that. No cars on the road are headed in that direction. All the cars are headed away from that direction. And I'm calling, and I'm just like, you know what? The wind started blowing the truck all over, rain, you can't see shit. I'm like, you know what? This is it. This is as far as we go. We made the attempt. Don't you know they were upset because we turned around? Like,
wow.
Whew, they were upset because we turned the truck around. Man, fuck that. You know what I mean?
It sounded like you was working for them, the fake Jew gang and shit. You know what I mean? They the ones that be getting upset the most and shit. You know what I'm saying? Especially when you know your life is on the line, and you expendable to them, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I was an independent contractor, so I own the truck. You know all of that. I'm contracting with these people. And I'm like, man, these people they crazy. And I had two people in the truck with me, and I'm like, no, we turning around, man. They figure it out. You know what I'm saying? Right. Those people, there wasn't nobody. If they was home, even if they was home, they wasn't getting their furniture, no matter what, because nobody was getting out the truck. You know what I'm saying? But the other one was the tornadoes. Living in the same thing, living in North Carolina, man. You know, thank God it wasn't anywhere near where we were staying, but you just get the reports, you see it on the news, and it's like the first time, you know, that because living up here, there ain't no tornadoes up here, thankfully. There's they call micro bursts that happen every once in a while, but they're not official tornadoes.
Right.
But yeah, man, that's a scary thing because what I remember is like it's like a train sound or something like that, sound of like a train. I saw the video of the storm chasers, and you could see whenever the lightning would flash, you know, you could see how big that thing was. It's got to be the scariest thing in the world to ever go through something like that.
Right. For sure on that one, bro. Damn. Don't mind that one. All right, up, yo. Oh, yeah. I hope I never have to go through anything like that. Because, like I said, just dealing with Hurricane Sandy, man. You know what I mean? That was enough, bro. Like I said, no electricity for like 2 months. Felt like it was in a Flintstone era after a while. You know what I'm saying? They fighting across the street at the gas station. You know, the line is up the block, down the school, towards the school and shit. Like, damn. So it's like, man, don't want that shit. This is why I'll be on doomsday prep and shit. Because, you know, I've been through that type of stuff before. Not just Hurricane Sandy, you know, living out of state too when I was down in the DMV. I got snowed in, ate up all my food in 1 week. And then, you know, the next fucking day it snowed when I was about to go to the store. But luckily I had some cool neighbors, man. They fucking held me down. This shit, yo, with food, yo. If it was for that, it would have been over. You know what I'm saying? Over, bro. You know what I'm saying? So, like, 2 days later, I made it to the store and shit, bro. You know what I mean? Like, oh, man, never again, bro. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, the more it kept happening, the more I kept preparing myself, you know what I mean? Because eventually you're going to get fucking sick of this shit. Like, damn, I can't be without no food, no supplies, no emergency, anything. I gotta stay stocked up, yo. I gotta stay stocked up, yo. Mm-hmm. No lie, water, medical supplies, everything, yo.
2 months. How do you? So when the sun goes down, it's dark. I mean, it's pitch black dark.
Yeah, we're going to sleep. We're going to sleep like the Amish people. You know what I'm saying? This back in the day, bro. You know what I'm saying? And I get up 6 in the morning. You know what I'm saying? You know, ding, 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 ding. Breakfast is going off and shit. You know what I'm saying? If you don't come eat, oh well, that shit gonna be cold as hell. It's gonna be there for you, but it's gonna be cold as hell, yo. Because ain't nobody turning on no other stove, no other. We ain't got no Sternos, which is the little heater cans and shit. Ain't none of that shit. Wow. So better go do what you got to do during the day and shit. Because when it get dark, and look, the Hurricane Sandy, when did that happen? It was going into the fall, so we was already past the daylight savings time, yo. Because this happened in like the middle of October, bro, or whatever the case be, 2012. So it was already dark at 6 o'clock at night. So, you know, a month and a half going into that shit, it's like, oh, man. Damn. And then one day I was just sitting in the front of the porch, yo. I said, man, Lord, just let these lights come on so I could charge my iPod up or something. And I turned around, and the next thing you know, the whole house went zoom.
Wow.
That shit just turned on. The TV turned on, like everything. I said, oh, shit, thank you, Lord. You know what I'm saying? Ran outside. Everybody ran outside, like, yeah, the lights back on. The whole neighborhood is like, yes. You know what I'm saying? Fuck you, Hurricane Sandy. But nah, them folks down in South Jersey, they got it the worst. A lot of them still ain't recovered from that shit. Damn. You know, F you, Governor Chris Christie, you fat bastard. You know what I'm saying? Krispy Kreme eating motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, a lot of them folks, they still ain't get their money, you know what I'm saying, from FEMA and all this other stuff. So it's like, you know, things like that. How can we flip the script to keep it the same, but make sure it's efficient in a black state? You feel what I'm saying? So it's like, oh, man, you know what I mean?
Yeah, so the first thing you mentioned, FEMA, black people suffer massively whenever there's a natural disaster from the after effects. You know, whatever if you survive the natural disaster, it's everything that comes after that. And so that's the part where a black majority state could change the outcome after the effect. But I mean, nature, you can't control nature, obviously, but you can control what happens afterwards. And I actually talked about that in the book because there was a student in this area that did a whole report about it. It was online back then, and it was just showing the discrepancies of, I think it was about Hurricane Katrina, of how Black Americans just either insurance companies, federal government assistance, it just was not there. It just was like you just ass out on your own, you know what I mean? And no one to fend for you at all. So where are you at? Are you in the space?
Right. Yeah, you on your own.
Do you see Miss Giselle in the space?
Hold on a sec. I'm in not in the matrix, but I'm on another thing. Hold up a minute.
I don't see her in the space.
No, she's not up in here.
Mm-hmm.
Peace to everybody in the room. Peace to everybody in the room. Share the room. I know it's phone them on. It's phone them on. It's damn it. We don't tears. We don't tears. All night now. All night.
Why do I think? Holy shit! Why do I think that was Miss Giselle? That's trouble. Hey, that's trouble. And I'm just now seeing her. Yeah, okay, that was trouble. That was Miss Trouble. Okay.
Trouble, we getting you and Mrs. Giselle confused. Get them.
You hear that, right?
Get that trouble, Simon. Meet your white black majorities.
Listen, I grew up in Kansas, so I know all about them darn tornadoes. Fortunately for us, we stayed on the black side of town, and shout out to my peoples in Mississippi, because it's a tragedy that, you know, what they went through, but you know, and there's no but to it, but growing up in Kansas, really in Wichita, most of the tornadoes that ran through buildings and ran through businesses and ran through homes, that was all on their side of town. That, you know, we got the residual winds and the trees falling down all over the place, which was bad enough, you know, but when we would look on the news later on, you would see that it would be a tornado path that went straight down. It was like it did it purposely, like every year or every other year, like clockwork. It would run straight down the middle of those businesses.
Damn.
And it would be, you know, how in some city areas, you have like strips of businesses on both sides of the street, and you know, on the white side of town, they got it all built up, all nice and everything. Every other year, them tornadoes came through and ripped down straight through the middle of it.
Wow.
Mama used to say, you know, it was done like that for a reason, to force them to build back up, since they wasn't building, you know, those nice type of buildings on our side of town or whatnot. But that's something that we rarely had to deal with, unless, you know, we got caught up at school when a tornado warning came through, which we were bused to school. And so the school I went to was predominantly white. And so they would have churches, you know, not far from the school that we were supposed to migrate to. But I remember on one occasion, we were all going over towards the schoolhouse, and the lightning came down and went to striking or whatnot. And so half the kids were over that way, and the rest of us had to turn back around, with the teacher saying, no, keep going. But, you know, black kids, we smart. We see the danger, and we running from the danger. We ain't getting ready to run towards the danger. So we ran back to the schoolhouse, which forced the teachers, you know, a couple of the teachers, to have to run back to the schoolhouse to be with us, you know, so we could get down inside the hallways as they came through, and just kind of rip that area up a little bit. But that's when black parents had to start getting smart. And, you know, when we knew that tornadoes, it was likely that something was coming through, whether the school said to come to school or not, we stayed home. You know, Kansas was just one of those areas where rain, sleet, shower, or snow, you was at that bus stop going to school. You know, I'm here in South Carolina. My kids are so lucky. If they get a good windstorm coming through, they shut the schools down. If they hear about a storm coming a day or two later, a possibility of a storm, they sending the kids home early. You know, so it really kind of works my nerves, but that's what they do. The Florida situation you was talking about, DJ, I remember seeing a video. What was that? Uncle Neck, not Neck. God, why I call that man Neck? Uncle Luke.
Luther Camp.
Yeah, he posted a video. Fussing about that situation because he was like they didn't want to really spend the money out there on the infrastructure, basically to have the right protocol set in place to make sure that when spring break kicked off or whatnot, that bad things wouldn't happen, because you already know it's going to be a certain sector of people that go out there showing out. So he was feeling like pretty much like, maybe it was done on purpose and whatnot, and using that as an excuse to go ahead and shut Miami down in a way that they had already been trying to, do, set certain things in motion. So I don't know, the totality. I don't live down there to know fully what's going on over there, but, it just seems like, once again, Republican fuckery where, we want, this is where all you knickknacks go, during the summertime, and we kind of want Miami for ourselves. So, if we can make, we know these events is going to happen, if we cannot put any money into making sure that these things, go just the way we know they're going to go, then that'll give us enough reason to go in and do what it is we want to do anyhow. So there's that aspect of it. But yeah, man, much love to the people down in Mississippi. They're definitely going to need, the Black family to get together and try to see what kind of resources we can get out of there. They said they decimated a whole town. You're saying 26 people had passed away. I heard, last I heard it was 23, but there's probably more because that was yesterday's totality counting. And I'm pretty sure if they go to digging up under some stuff, they might find more. So it's a shame that it had to happen to our people, because we need as much numbers as we can get. We don't need our people losing their lives, So that's really sad, and I just gonna stay out on the lookout to see what it is we can do to help our folks down there.
Word up on that one, man, for sure. Word up on that one. Bless the fans down in Mississippi. If y'all know anybody in Mississippi, reach out and tell somebody. Let's see if we can, maybe get a fundraiser going on there in No Trouble. You know what I mean? On News Title, Black State America. You know what I mean? Reparations perspective. We got a bunch of media groups out here now that can push that type of narrative through. Just gotta, plan it out or whatever, Try to, obviously y'all gotta move now. So come on over to Delaware, one of the Cackalax, you know what I'm saying? Cackalax states, the Carolinas, you know what I'm saying? Come on over to motherfucking Tennessee, you know what I mean? Might as well, you know what I mean?
Damn.
Maryland, DC, whatever, you know what I mean?
Ooh. Yeah, I feel you.
Especially knowing that, you're now displaced. So it's like you said, when we have some type of tornado or natural disaster, we get treated even worse because, FEMA ain't really here to help our asses. They only helping us just because they got to help the white folks. Keep it real. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no doubt. And they're in a really bad situation because that governor is so anti-Black that even if the federal government sent money, it would likely go to the state first, and then they would have their hands all over it. Man, it's just really, really bad, man.
Or oh wow.
Shit, bro.
All right, y'all. Let's go on to the next one. You know what I mean? Taking a trip to your state, Black majority.
Tonight, at least 2 people are dead and 5 are still missing after an explosion at a chocolate factory in Pennsylvania. Fox's CB Cotton has the latest.
We've just passed the 24-hour mark from when this explosion first happened, and the urgency continues for crews to keep looking through the wreckage to see if there are any more survivors. We know 2 people have sadly perished, but 1 person was pulled alive from the rubble overnight, and people are hanging on to hope for those still unaccounted for. Just after 5 Friday afternoon, the explosion put large pieces of debris and thick plumes of smoke for crews to keep looking through the wreckage to see if there are any more survivors. We know 2 people have sadly perished, but one person was pulled alive from the rubble overnight, and people are hanging on to hope for those still unaccounted for. Just after 5 Friday afternoon, the explosion put large pieces of debris and thick plumes of smoke in the sky. All of this captured by the weather camera.
This in West Reading. That's right down the block. You know what I'm saying?
At our Fox affiliate, the R.M. Palmer Chocolate Factory is located about an hour and a half northwest of Philly, and the company says more than 850 people work here. At least 8 people were taken to the hospital with injuries because of this explosion. 5 people, though, are still unaccounted for. And there's been on and off showers throughout the day, but that hasn't stopped recovery efforts. Emergency crews are said to be working, quote, methodically to remove debris. They're also using canines and imaging technology to look through the rubble for others. R.M. Palmer has been in business since 1948, and these headquarters are about as old, which made things tricky.
I believe the particular building that we're referencing here was constructed in the early 1960s, I believe, late 50s, early 1960s. We did have to access our archives to pull the blueprints last night in order to get a better layout of the building and the mechanics and the utilities where things are.
West Reading population is a little more than 4,500 people. This has understandably gripped the community. People want answers, but right now the mayor says she won't speculate on the explosion's cause, which is still under investigation. In New York, C.B. Cotton, Fox News.
Man, that's tough right there, man. You know what I mean? That's the people right there, the 2 that lost their life, and there's still 5 missing, man. So, you know, built in the late 50s, early 60s. That's about 70 odd years old. You know what I mean? You already know the infrastructure is old. So the company ain't trying to do nothing to revitalize the building or the property. They don't care. They just want the money. So it's like, you know, I don't know, man. You know, you can't work for these people no more. You got to just start your own business and be about your own hustle, man. Shit is sad, yo. You know what I mean?
Did you see the video of the explosion?
Yeah, that's what I said. Oh, damn, twice. You know, I had to rewind it, you know what I mean?
Man, that is, wow, crazy. Looked like a missile or something, or, you know, an actual bomb went off.
Yeah. Well, you know, that could be just a basic gas line explosion, you know, from anything. You know, I had relatives that's been involved in, like, you know, regular house gas explosions, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Wow.
And, you know, the stove just blowing up and shit. So, like, yeah, man, you know what I mean?
Damn.
Should be real like that, bro. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I can't imagine going 2 months without electricity, though. I don't even know how that's possible.
I did it, bro.
Man.
And look.
Damn.
You know, hey, look.
How do you keep the food, though? You know what I'm saying? Like, in the wintertime, I mean, there were times when we were poor, you didn't have lights, and it's cold, so you could just put stuff out in the snow. You know what I mean? Whatever. Keep it cold.
Right.
But how did, you know, if the stores don't have ice, you know, that type of thing, like, how do you keep food cold or whatever?
Right. Well, no, that's what we had to do every day. Go get like a bag of ice for the most part.
Damn.
You know, obviously the stores got generators or whatever the case be. So, you know, trucks aren't gonna never stop coming. You know, you already know that you're a trucker. So, you know, the trucks is on call 24/7. They waiting to drop a load. You feel like, get a load, drop a load, get a load, drop a load. No, ain't shit changing. You know what I mean? So, you know, dry ice and shit like that. You know what I mean? It lasts a while. You know what I mean? A little bit longer than ice if you keep the cooler closed and not open it. You know, it's just ways around it and shit. You know what I mean? Real talk.
Those are good examples if you're living in a city area. But say you live out in a rural area like I do. I stay out in the country outside of city limits.
Wow.
So when we had a storm come through maybe about 5 years ago, it knocked our electricity off for a while, for hours, really, not all day, but for hours. But the one thing that happened, because it flooded over here, we didn't have a way out.
Wow.
And so no cars could come in and no cars could come out for a day or so.
Oh, wow.
And so they'd had to get vehicles in here. And then when they did, the vehicles was able to come in. We had to, if you were able to go out, there was one way out, but that would take you approximately, I'd say maybe 15 miles out of the way just to come back around, but you still wouldn't have been able to come back in the same direction.
Wow.
And so
Wow.
we had a lot of elderly out here, old people. We had to, there was a church group that finally came out a day or two later and brought food and snacks and water and stuff out for those of us who, like me at the time,
wow,
didn't have a vehicle.
Yeah.
So even if I had a vehicle, it would have been difficult, but I didn't have a vehicle at that time. And so I had to rely on neighbors, which I don't like people, but there is a few neighbors that I mess with around here. So it was a few of them that stopped by knowing I had the kids over here and gave me cases of water that they were giving out. My thing was to always keep like handy snacks. Food that doesn't have to be refrigerated because everything else is going to go to bad, and it's going to go to bad fast.
Quick.
So what a lot of people really need to do, which I did after that day, was I made sure that I had a grill that in a box. I got a grill, a new grill now. I haven't opened up. I done had that grill for the last couple of years, and I keep charcoal and the lighter fluids and the matches and the lighter extensions inside the house. Just to make sure if something happens, I'm not going to lose all of that food.
Yeah.
I'm going to, once it gets to the frosting or whatnot, let's season this bad boy up and let's get this grill popping, cook as much of it as we can and hope it, hold for, I got 4 boys, so baby, it's going to get eaten up. But I'm just saying, you got to do what you have to do. But really, people have to get in the habit of buying non-perishable foods. Get you some mashed potatoes in a container. Get you some. Make sure you keep you some bottles of water on hand, so that you can stay hydrated. Make sure you keep you a flashlight and some extra batteries on hand. I had candles, but I've always been scared to use my candles around my boys, especially when they were young, because they were busybody. So I had to make sure that I kept flashlights and stuff because that's easier. Plus, it occupied their little minds and their little time to be able to play with the little flashlights. You need your little dollar flashlights. That's the one they get. They don't get the good ones. Just you have to think ahead, really, about who all is in your home, what all you're going to need. In times like that, when you got kids, you really got to think. You got to think ahead. You got to think that they're gonna be aggravating your goddamn nerves. And you're going to aggravate theirs too. So how do we not kill each other up in here until these lights come back on?
Wow.
Let me find some books. So, and I'm going to be honest with you. There's been several times when even it wasn't a big storm where the lights, because the whole house is a little bit old, get a good wind over here, and sometimes electricity goes off. There's always some type of somebody hitting some kind of power, something over here. And the lights in the neighborhood going out, and they'll be out for hours at a time. I remember it may have been out for a couple of days one time, but that was it went out. But what was it? I think the cable and the internet, somebody had ran into the transformer or whatever and knocked all of that out. So when the electricity finally came on, it still took a couple of days for the internet and all of that stuff to come back through. Because it was storming at the same time. So it was the perfect opportunity for me and the kids to, sit around and I was glad we didn't have the internet, play some card games, read a book to them, do little things I should have been doing on a more of a regular basis anyhow. But that just really just kind of started a pattern of, okay, let's go ahead and get into it. I didn't even tell them for about 4 days when the cable and stuff did come back on, because I was having such a good time, teaching them different things and whatnot that they wasn't really, trying to come and sit and talk to mama about because of the internet previous to. So it's really just about planning ahead, because you never know when these storms are going to hit. But I think one of the biggest things that people should do is always keep you a little grill and some extra coals and stuff on the side. That's going to go a long way, along with the perishable foods and stuff. You need that.
Wow. Man, great advice.
Word on that one, sister.
Sure. Really good advice.
Word on that.
Really good advice.
Matter of fact, let's get into another little script real quick about that. You know, that one video I played on Mississippi was an hour ago. To recap, but this is 7 hours ago. And it says, it's like a bomb went off. Mississippi residents react to daily tornadoes.
Damn. Can't even imagine, man. Okay, it is 4 a.m. We're probably going to cut the YouTube feed. Thank you for showing up here. We're trying to start these at 11 p.m. Saturdays, Eastern Standard Time. We are live on social, soxcial.com, from 9 to 11, because we only get 2 hours over there. Twitter is what it is. It acts up, does what it does. But we will be here every Saturday, at least until I make that migration to Delaware. And we'll figure something out once I get there. But thank you so much for coming out. Appreciate it. Peace, reparations, migration, so we can prosper, power, and protect Black Americans. If you are in the Delaware area, or you know people who live in the Philadelphia, Baltimore, DC, New Jersey, New York area, let them know about these videos. Inform them that we do need our people to start moving to Delaware, Wilmington, Delaware.
Yep.
Yeah, you there? I wasn't speaking on here. I was speaking on the YouTube.
Yeah, I got you on the live feed. I must be got this shit back.
Yeah. But I couldn't. The video was choppy that you just played. It was like, it sounded like it was going in and out a little bit.
Yeah, it's a live feed, so you ain't gonna be able to hear it too well.
Okay. Peace. Thank you so much.
Hold on,
see you next week.
I'm on my phone over here and shit. Yeah, you ain't gonna be